That Phillies team remains hot with another win yesterday, taking game one in Cincinnati. 4-1 over the Reds. Phillies now 20 games over 500, Johnny. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
20 games over 500, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I look at that
the
as
roller coaster.
I look at that, and I know that as I put out the magic number every night, Kevin Cooney was doing the math last night. Play 500 the rest of the way, you win 91. That should be pretty good.
Yeah, it's if you play 500 when you have games with the Nationals and Marlins coming up.
You got to play
soon.
a lot better than that. Right now, you should be better than last year. You should end up with a better record than last year.
Well, it's because they haven't had the complete collapse. Last year, they had that collapse second half of the season. We saw the one really bad 1-9 stretch.
That was a bad stretch.
And I didn't want to overreact to the 1-9 stretch.
Correct.
And look at this, 20 games over 500.
20 games over with the chance. And again, I said it again. I'll say it over and over again. I thought by Memorial Day, by the time Memorial Day Monday comes, I think we'll be saying the division race is over, and we'll be talking about just the seeding during the month of September. We'll be able to focus on the divisional race, the seeding, and be able to focus on the birds. That's what we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at the birds and then saying what's it going to be for October, because I don't see a September to remember for the Phillies. I just don't see it right now.
Sure. Okay. So Phillies win 4-1 yesterday. Good win. We'll talk about the Phillies throughout the course of the show. But we're going to start off the rest of this morning with the Philadelphia Eagles, Johnny, because you sent me something.
Yay.
That got me very excited.
I'm glad to hear that.
But it also makes me question a lot of our fellow Eagles fans. So yesterday,
that's a little confusing.
Sorry to shout you out right away. Yesterday, our man MBD on our YouTube chat had very logical questions about the Eagles' defense. Like, man, who's going to be the pass rush other than Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt? You got veterans in Azeez Al-Jawlari and Josh Uche, who you're hoping is something. Questions with the second cornerback spot. They had to make a trade to acquire somebody, and he's already got first-team reps, and he's a question mark within his own right. Safety, there's question marks. There's questions all over the place on the Eagles' defense, like we had last year, and that defense was the number one ranked defense in the NFL. So questions are fair, but we also saw the results last year. Hopefully we see more of that this upcoming season. A couple of weeks ago, when we as a show were talking about our bold predictions or bold guarantees, and we were talking NFC title game, we once again got pushback, much like last year, same time, when people were hesitant to climb aboard your prediction about playing on January, was it 26th?
January 26th, I think it was.
For the NFC Championship game. People were very hesitant to climb aboard.
I saved a bunch of emails just because it was fun. And I didn't answer people back, but it was I only saved the ones that were like, you're being a homer idiot.
Right.
I just had to save some of those because I really didn't think it was going out on a limb that much.
No, I didn't think you were either. And
it was bold, but it wasn't crazy.
I was with you. I stood side by side with you. Now, let's move aside us. Let's go to the national media, Johnny, because you sent me something yesterday.
Yes.
USA Today did their 2025 NFL record projection.
Now, all their writers from all around the country.
Correct. They all compiled whatever the information that they have, their beliefs, their opinions. And your Philadelphia Eagles, via the team of USA Today, will be going 12-5 this season, which is good for the number one seed in the NFC. So, if you've been following along the journey here on Kincade and Salciunas, when the schedules came out throughout the NFL, there were a couple of things that we said on this show before any national media member chimed in. So for all the, you guys are homers, you guys do this every single year, blah, 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 blah. I believe we had the Eagles around 11 and 12 wins.
I had 12.
And I believe we said that might just be enough in this conference this year. Why? We thought maybe the Lions and Vikings would not win, 15, 14 games, and a 14-win team would have a wild card berth, right? Like, we did not feel that the day the schedule was released. The Commanders, you and I are side by side thinking they take a slight step back.
They don't win 12.
They don't win 12.
They're not winning 12.
And the Eagles win the division comfortably. You think they're not even going to be playing starters in Week 18. And if you look at these projections, they may feel that same way. When now you're getting information from the national media, the people that have no bias toward Philadelphia, usually the only bias is what can we say to piss Philadelphia off. That's not in this.
No.
Here we have the Eagles going 12-5 and the number 1 seed in the NFC. So my question for a lot of people today, John, it's 610-632-0975. Not everyone, but a lot of people, is what is making you hesitant to join this party? There were people that were hesitant last year to join the party, and I thought totally understandable, considering it was coming off of the collapse season, the historic collapse. There was beef between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni reported by multiple people. There were legitimate issues with the team last year. There was a lot of questions about the young players. There was questions about how can they respond losing both Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. There were a lot of big questions surrounding the Eagles last year. So for people to not jump on the bandwagon about NFC title game, all right, fine. But why this year, John?
Yeah, I don't get it. You're the Super Bowl champs. Again, I don't understand. I don't understand fear of when you're good. I understand fear when you're bad.
Sure.
I understand when the team's not good. I understand the fear of saying, I've never seen my team be good enough, so I'm afraid to go out there and say, this is the year they finally take the jump. When you're the defending Super Bowl champions, and you can spin it any way you want. And I've heard Nick Sirianni double talk it. I've heard Bill Colarulo on Unfiltered try to spin it to you. The Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champions. It's not boxing. It's not otherwise. You've always been the defending Super Bowl champs, and that's what they are. And accept it. Embrace it. Every single team that plays them this year knows the Super Bowl champs are coming into their building. So, look, to me, this is embrace being great. Embrace it. It's fun.
Absolutely.
This is wonderful. This is a great, great time because I got to tell you, when the Eagles were coming back in 2018, I didn't look at that team as a real defending Super Bowl champ that,
right,
waiting to do it again. I looked at it as a miracle ride in 202017 that I didn't think that they'd be able to do.
And a fun-ass miracle
ride
was awesome. that we enjoyed. Right.
I look at this team as the beginning of something great.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I really do.
I know we are still hesitant to say the entire D word, dynasty.
Well,
but I know you're not going to say it, but they are in the legitimate beginnings of a conversation that if they are to accomplish what they did last year, again, they would be.
Oh, no, win 2? Yeah, win 2, go to 4. Then you'd be saying, went to 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, won 2 of them? Oh, yeah.
And there's a reason
why.
Then
you'd be saying it.
Because this football team is young. This football team is talented. This football team is also experienced. Young and experienced are 2 major things that if they go together, you are a dangerous team. And this is why, going back to drafts past, the final decision to start going SEC, finally the decision to go SEC, because all those kids played in national championship games, conference championship games. So they knew that the Super Bowl was not going to be too big of a moment for them, right? The NFC title game would not be too big of a moment for them. The only difference is when it happened in the calendar. It was a little bit deeper into a year, or, now in February as opposed to January on New Year's Day. The Philadelphia Eagles are young, talented, and experienced. That's a trio that's really hard to find. So what makes you hesitant to join the party? Because this is one of the first projections where we're seeing from a non-biased source where the Eagles are going 12-5.
Well, it's a lot of voices.
A lot of voices.
It's not just one person. It's a lot of voices combining saying, this Eagles team's loaded.
Now, we'll break this down throughout the course of the show because they have them going 12-5, winning the 1 seed, but they don't have them going to the Super Bowl, which we'll react to that as well. But 12-5, winning the 1 seed, what makes you hesitant to jump in on that party? Coming up next, will the Eagles be without their Pro Bowl left guard? That might make some of you hesitate. We give you the update on Landon Dickerson coming up next, and Kyle Schwarber's case once again for NL MVP. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 6:14 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. DJ Jazzy Jeff is watching us on YouTube, apparently.
Really?
At least that's what the commentator's name is. There were 50,000 people at a practice. I don't know where they're seeing people not getting on the bandwagon. Contrived bull spit.
Really?
All right, first and foremost, the Eagles could be 0-15. That Lincoln Financial Field probably has 80,000 people in it.
How about I had season tickets in some bad eras, and the building was full.
Yeah, that's not the point we're making. And I appreciate you chiming in. The point that we're making, and I grabbed our man MBD right away from your fellow YouTube chat yesterday, and the text messages that we get, and the tweets that we get, that anytime we speak a little bit maybe what people think is overly positive about the Eagles, there is pushback. Like the day we were talking about going back to the NFC Championship game just, 2-3 weeks ago? And there were a lot of people that were upset by it, to the point where people were responding saying, well, what about injuries?
Yes.
And what about Saquon? And what about this? And what about that? And we said, yeah, all that stuff comes into play. But we still believe that the Eagles are overall more talented than a lot of teams, which is why we all had 11 or 12 wins when W's and L's Day came out. And when you look at the rest of the conference, I stand by what I say over and over and over again. There is not a team other than the Lions roster, an emphasis on roster, that strikes fear to me in the NFC. The coaching staff, I don't know about. All right, their offensive coordinator, you know how much time we spent on Kevin Patullo and how he's been in the NFL for 18 years and never was an OC? Their offensive coordinator has been in the NFL just as long. It was an OC 1 year, and it was with the New York Jets in 2017. They won 5 games that year. So, that is something that you have to keep an eye on. But their roster is extremely talented. So one of the questions will be health. I get it. And Landon Dickerson at the open practice that had 50,000 people, which was also, by the way, really cool that many people are at an open practice. That's why we love the Eagles so much. Landon Dickerson went down, and there was a ton of fear. And we were trying to figure out yesterday, just by watching the video, all right, is it that serious? He was able to hobble off the field. He got in the front seat of the cart instead of laying down, in the bed of the cart.
Yeah, and I think that was on purpose.
And we're trying to figure out, all right, what's the deal here? And then finally we get the news yesterday from Adam Schefter and many other reporters that it was a meniscus injury, which my first thought is, what the hell is wrong with menisci here in the city of Philadelphia? Every team deals with a damn meniscus injury.
Some guys are tough, though, and can handle it and just get right after. Well,
it depends on the severity of the meniscus injury.
Yeah, exactly. It's The
good news that's what you say. The good news is the severity of Landon Dickerson's meniscus injury is apparently not as bad.
I got pretty good word last night that the worst case scenario is a game. So I feel good about that.
And Shefty reported that yesterday, saying
so one game, and then so maybe they give him 10 extra days.
Maybe, yeah.
And hold him out till the Chiefs game, but he has a procedure done, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it sounds pretty good to me.
It seems quick, and this is a quick cleanup of the meniscus.
Well, they're not
ruling him out, by the way, September 4th either.
Right, and it's not if you go and you just read about it, and that's what I have to do because I have no medical background myself, being able to read about it, it doesn't seem like it's a very difficult procedure. And even people like you and I, normal people going to work, tend to miss a couple days of work with it. Like you miss.
And that's just because we're babies.
You miss a day of work. You miss a day of work for the procedure and a day of work after. Like you miss 2 days of work for it.
Yeah.
So it's not even like it's not a procedure that you're like laid up for.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be all right.
And so the Eagles may have. Well, they definitely lucked out because you don't want to be missing Landon Dickerson for an extended period of time because a lot of the Twitter doctors were saying, oh, this could be 6 to 8 weeks or it could be 4 to 6 months, depending on it. And it's going to be a couple weeks in training camp. And Landon Dickerson is one of those players where you feel comfortable once he's on the field, he'll be just fine. More on the Phillies' 4-1 win yesterday. Kyle Schwarber continues to add to his MVP case, Johnny, with another 2-run home run yesterday, number 42 on the season. Dude.
I felt that coming, too, a little bit, at that point, because they were just so he's been on a run
of on fire.
But he's been on a run. I think of some games where I've been like, man, he hasn't been looking like Schwarber to me. where he hasn't the 0 for 3s, the 0 for 4s and everything. And then all of a sudden last night, he sends that one into almost Kentucky.
Yes.
I don't know which way the stadium's facing, but he almost put that to Kentucky.
He now has 42 home runs on the season, and he is 3 RBI shy of 100.
That's spectacular.
And
that's
we
97,
are in
by
August. Thank you. That's good work. We're in August. It's amazing. All right, coming up next, we're going to unpack this USA Today projections a little bit more. We already told you that they have the Eagles at 12-5, winning the 1 seed. Where are the other teams we circle as contenders? Teams like the Lions, the Commanders, the Packers, the Vikings, the Rams, the Bucks. We'll go through that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils win their 4th straight. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won again yesterday, 4-1 after a late inning comeback in Cincinnati. After getting shut out through the first 7 innings, the Phils scored 4 in the 8th, all with 2 outs. Trey Turner talked about the bottom of the lineup coming up big lately.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup. And that's big. That when that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
Taijuan Walker was also very impressive, holding the Reds to 1 run and 6 innings of work to help the Phils stay in the game early. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Ranger Suarez versus Brady Singer, the pitching matchup. The Eagles got relatively good news on Landon Dickerson yesterday. He has a meniscus injury, and he'll be having a minor knee surgery to repair it. He's considered week to week and still has a chance to potentially play week 1 versus Dallas. We're going to talk to Jeff McClain of the Inquirer coming up at 8:25 for the latest on that. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. If you are hesitant to join the party, why are you being hesitant to join the party when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles? And if you're not hesitant and you're all on board, you could climb in and try to explain to people why they should also join the party. And this is what we're talking about at 610-632-0975 is how you can climb in, by the way. We have been, once again, second straight year, very confident that the Eagles will be contenders and will win a lot of games. And we're once again getting pushback. Not from everybody, because there's some people on our YouTube chat that are saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not pushing back. Well, you might not be, but other people are.
Dan says here, Dan on Twitter says, it's not important for you guys to try to convince the dopes every single day. He says, but I encounter them every day on social media and at my office. Oh, you don't win back-to-back Super Bowls. It's really hard to do that. He said, I hear it every single day. He goes, I hear exactly what it is. I don't know what they're talking about.
Well, there are some, but there are some logical things.
And there are. MBD brought up yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought every point that MBD brought up yesterday was logical.
Right.
There's logical reasons to go, yeah, there's a reason to have some doubts. There's a reason. But then all I ask you to do is say, okay, let's do the Commodes next.
Right, exactly.
Let's do the Rams next.
And then we can find issues with all
Let's
of those
do all
teams.
these teams next. Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, I feel really good because then when you go through that practice, you feel really good about where the birds sit. But I get where somebody is. I like it when fans are critical.
Right.
Like, I like that.
I don't like it when it's green goggles and everything's beautiful.
So I get it. I thought MBD was really smart yesterday with that because I thought every single one of his things, I said no lies detected. The only thing I would get is that people here, Jackson saying here flat out, he goes, I encounter these people every day also. The same type of people.
They're there.
He said, I was at the open practice the other night. Negativity in our section based on practice plays. He said, I have serious concerns about cornerback 2. I say keep saying QB 2. About cornerback 2 and the depth at that position right now. Do I have faith that Vic Fangio can get it worked out? Sure. But right now, it is my biggest concern. But I realize every other team in the NFC has concerns too, and I trust that Howie Roseman and this Eagles team is better suited than anyone to be able to repeat.
All right, so we'll give you a couple of those other teams in the NFC, but some more comments. My man JM, who is my biggest fan, even though he and I see things alike, which is interesting. When cornerback 2 and safety is a sleeve, you give up points. Going back to
is a sieve or
that's probably what he meant, but it says sleeve on it. That's fine.
Right. It's okay.
When you
autocorrect.
When you give up points, you cannot exclusively run the ball. When you cannot exclusively run the ball, you throw 25 plus times. And when Hurts throws that much, he turns the ball over 70% of the time. So look, Hurts turns the ball over, what, 70% of the time? If he throws the ball 25 plus times, 70% of the time he'll turn the ball over in a game. I'm guessing is what he's saying. Here's where because there's a lot of math there. Part of the reason why the Eagles were so dominant last year was because of the ground game. And then when it came time to throw, Jalen Hurts showed that he could do it.
Yes.
Can he do it over the course of 17 regular season games? We'll find that out this year because I do believe he's going to have to throw the ball more. But if you question it, that is a fair question. But then we have Money Mar going, there is no way in hell the Eagles win 12 games, period. No way in hell. I don't understand why you're so certain.
Okay.
Look, if you want to say 11-6, I still think 11-6 is good enough to get you somewhere pretty far.
I got to tell you,
in the NFC.
I don't see 6 losses on the schedule. I do not. I do not see 6 losses. I do not think this team loses 6 games. But then again, like I know you and Connor both are very much on. I do not like that Packers spot. Is like one. I do not like that Packers spot.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that I don't think it falls well. I love how the games are spaced out. The big games are spaced out. I don't see this team losing 6 games. So I look at things differently.
Yeah.
Than that list.
By the way, I appreciate there's bets being made already on our YouTube chat, which I love.
Love that.
It's like we got a Kincade Salciunas YouTube chat sportsbook going.
Well, I like
that
though. Hey, those guys should set something up. But by the way, too, haven't heard from Chris Miller yet.
Yep.
And I'm sure Chris is just getting the bet together.
Yeah.
Because he was very confident that the Commanders are better than the Eagles.
Yep.
So I'm ready for it. I'm just waiting for Chris. Commanders better than the Eagles. I'm ready. So make the bet. I know he loves the borough like I do. There's lots of great spots there. I don't know which one he's picking.
Sure.
Picking Market Street Grill. Maybe
there's a lot of Commanders.
Where's
love
he
for
going?
people.
Maybe he's going to Pietro's. Whatever it is. If you're buying into the Commanders, bring it on. Bring it on, because I'm being very bold and beautiful on this one. There, you want to bring it on? I'm here. Chris is just formulating the weight.
Chris Miller, by the way, one of our members of the YouTube chat.
It's been around a month.
In case people don't know.
It's been around a month since the bold prediction and the offer of the wager.
So here's what USA Today is saying about the other teams in the NFC. Eagles 1 seed 12-5.
Okay, who else is close to them?
Packers.
Okay.
2 seed 12-5. I'm guessing either the Eagles win the head-to-head matchup, or because that would be the very first tiebreaker. So yeah, the Eagles would win the head-to-head matchup.
They would have had to have won it.
Yeah.
If they both finish with the same record, that means the Eagles win in Green Bay.
Some of the other teams that we have circled, right? And I'll just go in order of what they have here. The 49ers, who I am very bullish of this year because they have the easiest strength of schedule on paper heading into 2025. Now, Brandon Ayuk is going to miss the first 6 weeks of the season, so that's a pretty big loss for them.
They lost another receiver yesterday, I think, in practice.
It all falls on the health of Christian McCaffrey for them when it comes to the offense. Yeah, sure. So they have the Niners going 11-6 as the 3 seed. They have the Lions and Rams both going 11-6, but because they are behind the Packers and Niners in their respective divisions, they would be wild card teams. This is one where I completely disagree. They have the Bucs going 9-8, eking out a division victory in the NFC South.
I think the Bucs are I'm going to say like 11-6.
I think this is the first year in a while where the
Bucs are pushing.
Where the NFC South is like actually done with a couple games left to be played. Because the last couple of years, it's always toward the end with some of those teams because the Bucs constantly shoot themselves in the foot. I think this is the year they don't do that.
Yeah, I don't see the Bucs being less than 10. Double digits minimum. Maybe 11-6. I say would be almost the minimum. I really am high on the Bucs, as our man Tacheka was too.
By the way, and then the NFC East. So Eagles 12-5. They have the Commanders as the 7th seed.
Where do they have the Commanders?
10-7.
Okay, 10-7.
They have the Cowboys, as I've kind of been saying a couple of times, right behind them, 9-8, but that's just outside of the playoffs.
That's about where I think they are. Yeah,
they're talented.
They're talented.
We can hate the Cowboys all we want. They're talented. It's just, are they too much of a mess to actually win football games?
What do they have, the Giants?
2-15.
They have the 2-15?
Yeah.
Wow.
The Giants stink. I think they'll win more than 2 games, but
they're going to win more than 2 games. But 2-15.
Remember, hardest schedule in the NFL.
Yeah, they also have the hardest schedule in the NFL. They stink. So in the NFC, it's tight at the end, but they have the Eagles going 12-5. Again, this is a national, unbiased. They're not trying to rage bait. They're not trying to do any of that. They kind of said exactly what we've been saying for months now.
What I like it is that's a collective. It's a collective of writers all putting their votes in, all feeling that way. I don't get it. I don't see 6 losses for this team. I just don't think they're that. They're gonna lose some games, but I just don't see it. In fact, I'm of the belief that this team is going to, like, if you look at, I laid it out last week about how poorly they played at home last year. I don't see that this year. I'm going to tell you, they're going to play much better at home this year than they did last year.
Yeah. So if you are hesitant to jump on this party, I'm not saying bandwagon like you can't be a fan, as somebody got confused about earlier. I'm talking about this party, this, hey, road to repeat party. We feel very good that they can do this. Why are you hesitant? Explain your reasoning at 610-632-0975. And if you're with us, tell us, because I think the boat is a little bit more filled this year than last year.
Yeah, it definitely. Well, it better be.
Better be.
Just had a parade, for God's sakes.
Try to explain why people should be on board, because maybe they're tired of hearing it from us, Johnny, as we see more YouTube comments talking about green-colored glasses. I would like to know from other people, not just John and Andrew, about why people should join this party. I'm still questioning why so many people are hesitant. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. We'll check our text line for the first time this morning. Coming up next, it is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your
8:40 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. We'll check our text line here momentarily. What makes you hesitate from jumping on the confidence party, the confidence bandwagon, the confidence boat, bus, whatever you want to call it? Bose?
A boat or a bus?
Yeah, I accidentally put two words together. It happens.
Oh, that's fine. You made a new word.
What makes you hesitate? I'm really confused by it. I understand there's concerns with certain areas on the field, but it's not something for me to be like, oh, man, I can't say that they're going to win 12 games. There's no way that's going to happen on August 12th. I can't reach that level of concern or fear or denial. I just can't do that.
Yeah, so I think we're obviously getting closer to the season.
Yes.
So you're coming more face-to-face with what your expectations are for this team. And in the recent era of Eagles football and maybe even Philadelphia sports, success comes with caveats.
Do you believe that the closer you get, Connor, it brings more anxiety, like as far as
Absolutely.
I want to doubt? People want to doubt?
It's just more face to reality. It's very easy to look at all the positives in June.
See, I don't know. I thought it was the opposite in this town.
See, I always felt it was opposite,
Monday,
too.
Tuesday, Wednesday, the Eagles are going to lose. Thursday,
Well,
Friday, Saturday. You know what? Screw it. Go Bears.
I look at last year.
Oh, my God, you're going to bring up the Packers thing.
I am going to bring it up.
My God,
We're
it's
all
every chance you
it's
get.
the truth. Because last year, all summer long, all off season long, I said they're not losing to the Packers.
And then you get more
The Eagles are the
information.
better team than the Packers. And all summer long, I heard how the Packers going to beat the Eagles. Packers game's a loss. And then the Friday before the Packers game, it's, no, Birds are going to win, baby.
'Cause I got more
Everybody
information.
jumps, not you. If you were in that bunch, then just you're part of that bunch. But it wasn't just you. It was a lot of people in this town. Our man Mikey Miss was one of them. All summer long, it's going to lose to the Packers. And then it's, Packers. No, Birds are going to win it.
Got more
It's like
information.
it's the nothing changed. Nothing changed between that all summer long and that Friday. It's the idea is that there's just come on. What happens today? We should be able to tell right now what the Eagles are going to be, barring any major change of direction, major injury, whatever.
Right.
I think
know
what you're
they're gonna
talking about is like a week-to-week thing, and I do agree with you, like the Monday through Wednesday thing, and then Thursday, Friday, it all flips around. But think about the last 3 times the Eagles went to the Super Bowl prior to this one. So let's go back to 2004. You end up in the TO situation the year after. That goes to total crap. Then you look at 17, 18, and they won it, but then you get the thank you contracts from Howie, and all of a sudden you wake up. And they did make a bit of a run that year, but that year was kind of low-key a mess with the whole Wentz, Foles injury issues. And then you look at 22, and you come off in 23, and everyone's looking and saying, hey, this team should be good. Jalen Hurts MVP candidate, and you go through the collapse.
Yeah, but then I can fight right back with they don't have anybody doing sit-ups in their driveway this year.
Yeah.
I never believed that 18 team was going to repeat.
I did not either.
22, that's probably the strongest case you can make, but at the same time, we can look at how old that roster was. And oh, by the way, Brian Johnson was a disaster. Sean Desai was a disaster. We have Vic Fangio back. The question will be Patullo.
You're absolutely right.
And I think that's the big thing. Patullo is my biggest fear.
Yeah.
Continues to be my biggest fear.
Yeah, but history shapes us, right? And history for the Eagles would tell you after they have a great season, there is some pitfall waiting around the corner for the next season. And this is something we haven't seen before, right? A back-to-back great season, go to the Super Bowl again. So you're asking Eagles fans to imagine something that they have not seen in the history of this franchise. Now, I'm at the party. I got the party hat on. I got the little, what's the thing that you blow through, the horn thing?
Noisemaker?
Yeah.
What do they call
Yeah.
noisemakers?
I'm ready, man. I'm at the
I
party.
hate those things, by the way, because I don't like New Year's Eve. So it's like,
Oh, they're fun. Who hates those things?
I don't like New Year's Eve.
I don't like New Year's.
I don't like New Year's Eve.
But-
Not a New Year's Eve fan.
I think if people are looking...
I'm the old man on the
The
show.
greatest amateur hour ever.
I think
Not a big fan.
subconsciously people may look at previous follows up to Super Bowl years and say, I just gut feeling something's coming.
Well, the thing is, though, like the year they lost to the Pats in the Super Bowl in 2005, January, I was convinced the next year they were going to the Super Bowl. And then the Terrell Owens mess happened.
Yeah, right. But
and then the
we don't
injuries,
have that
and then the
happening.
injury to McNabb happened, and then
Right.
everything. And so that was stuff that was totally off the board. I was convinced they were going back to the Super Bowl that year.
Right, because when we're
were so
doing
great.
the off-season discussions, we're just talking about the roster. We're not
Right.
talking about McNabb's knee blowing up and T.O.
But
doing sit-ups.
the bottom line is this: we are hypercritical of our own teams. And I'm guilty of that. So I'm always going to look at things with a critical eye and not put the pom-poms on. But if you look at the NFC, the Eagles are far less flawed than their peers. There's not a team with less flaws than the Eagles.
The only one roster-wise is Lions for me.
See, I think Lions is the only one that's close, but then you can't point to a guy like, to me, and I'm a fan of his, more than most people, Goff. I'm a fan of Goff. But you can't point to Goff and not say he's a flawed guy when it comes to a lot of big opportunities.
Well, and he also doesn't have the quote-unquote offensive genius for the first time in his career.
And we're going to see what he does.
Right, McVay, Ben Johnson, and now this guy that's been an OC one time in his multi-year career in the NFL.
We're going to see what his head coach is about too.
We'll see.
And I like Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
I like it, but we're going to see if Dan Campbell's more style than substance.
Right. All right, what do we got on the text line? What makes you hesitate? And if you aren't hesitating and you're all on board, try to help the people that are hesitating. What do we got?
So Joe the Cynic checks in. And
what's up, Joey?
Ironically, he's on the positive side today. He says, get excited. Phils are stretching a lead, and the Eagles are solid. I've got more concern with the Phillies' October offense than I do with the Eagles as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles, I feel extremely comfortable. Now, look, there are some things that I have circled. Cornerback, too. Safety. Like, we get it. We all say the same thing. But to me, those potential issues, I don't think are enough to say, oh, man, this is going to really hold them back. 12 wins, there's no shot of them getting 12 wins, which is something that we have read so far this morning. So what makes you hesitate? And if you're not hesitating, try to help us out, because I think people are tired of hearing us talk about it. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. We'll have some Philly stuff in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Yesterday, we got our first chance to see David Robertson make his return, third stint with the Philadelphia Phillies, and the
first batter,
the inning kind of
made me nervous.
Well, no,
me too.
First batter.
This is who he is, and this is why I wasn't totally thrilled that he's back. Walk, line out, strikeout, single, ground out.
Oh, see, I loved the inning after the first batter because I didn't have any problem with his location was fine after that point. So once I saw that he had his control, I was fine.
I'm just saying that it never feels comfortable when David Robertson's been pitching.
See, I was completely comfortable after the first batter.
When he's got two guys on, I am not comfortable.
See, I didn't have any problem last night. I did not like it. To me, I didn't have any concerns after he put the man on base. Then I was like, okay, he's fine.
I'm just trying to.
Did he have two men on base?
Yeah, two guys on base.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine though. I mean, it was.
Two guys on base in one inning.
I didn't sweat it. I didn't sweat at all, though, that performance. Connor, did you?
I was a little bit nervous.
Were you really? I did not.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think
straight
he was
balls to
being
lead
hit.
off.
No, I said after the first batter.
Right.
At the first batter, I felt very uncomfortable. And then from that point on, he had his control. So as long as he has control, I don't really have any problem.
Yeah, I think he'll settle in more. I mean, he hasn't thrown in a competitive game at the major league level in how long, so.
Look, I'm also kind of still nervous from the past. When he was last on the Phillies, well, 2023, he was horrible. They didn't pitch him again. 2022, or no, sorry, that was when he was with the Marlins. 2022, when he was with the Phillies, that entire playoff run, he had one clean inning in 8 appearances. He never really got crushed. But every inning, there were guys on base.
Different role this time around, though, buddy.
I got to tell you, I liked him, and it's weird to say I was a guy I wasn't.
You're a lot more comfortable.
He certainly was not in my. Yeah, he was not in my.
Than I am.
Yeah, he was not in my like sitting on the edge of my seat. I think he's terrible kind of thing. There was one performance.
I just don't think he's
there was
dominant.
one against the Padres that I didn't like.
All right.
You know that.
All right, coming up next, we'll reset today's show. We'll check our text line some more. Also, I have one Phillies comment that will probably bother people, but I just want it to be a warning while also celebrating it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A gritty win for the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won again yesterday, 4-1 after a late-inning comeback in Cincinnati. It's their fourth straight victory, and after getting shut out through the first 7 innings, the Phils scored 4 in the 8th, all with 2 outs. A lot of it came from the bottom of the lineup production, and Trey Turner talked about the bottom of the lineup after the game.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup, and that's big. That when that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
That audio courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia. Taijuan Walker was also very impressive, holding the Reds to 1 run in 6 innings of work to help the Phillies stay in the game early. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Ranger Suarez faces off against Brady Singer as the Phils look to push it to a 5-game winning streak. The Eagles got relatively good news yesterday on Landon Dickerson. He has a meniscus injury, and he's going to be having a minor knee surgery to repair it, but he's considered week to week and has a chance to still potentially play week 1 versus Dallas, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll talk to Jeff McClain in the Inquirer coming up at 8:25 for the latest on Dickerson. This update is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Looking for an exceptional driving experience? Experience the power, precision, and intelligence of an iconic Mercedes-Benz SUV at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer today. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Adam Schefter tweeted something very random about 10 minutes ago.
You?
Kenyon Green, who, remember, the Eagles acquired in the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade, he's hurt now.
What happened to him?
Landon Dickerson isn't the only Eagles guard who is now considered week-to-week. Kenyon Green, whom the Eagles acquired in an offseason trade, also is what one source described as week-to-week with a shoulder injury that is likely to end his preseason. So there goes any chance of him winning some sort of job, because if Landon Dickerson were to miss week 1, which hopefully he does not, Schefter He might not. Schefter made it clear based off his reporting yesterday that there is a chance that he could be ready for week 1. But if he's not, all right, Kenyon Green's off the board in terms of the replacement.
I was reading the tea leaves of some of the reporting from people and everything that I wasn't thinking that Kenyon Green was making that jump anyway.
Right.
But who knows? Who knows?
I mean, he's been a bad football player, but for a guy that's trying to fight for a job, he's
trying to save his career is what he's trying to do.
Can't be missing time like this during training camp.
Can't make the team in the tub, as Bill Parcells would say.
Absolutely. All right, what do we got on the text line about the Eagles? What makes you hesitate from jumping on the confidence bandwagon that we have here on Kincade and Salciunas for a second straight year when it comes to the Eagles? A lot of pushback last year and a lot of pushback so far this year and today, especially from a lot of you. What do we got, Connor, at 610-632-0975? And then to start the 7 o'clock hour, I have a warning about the Philadelphia Phillies.
You're warning people.
It's a warning that we'll celebrate at the same time, if that makes sense. It'll make sense, I promise. Go ahead.
First-time texter here, so thank you for joining in on the show. And they say, I think people are hesitant because they aren't ready for us to win. They don't want to admit that we're actually a good team. We've lost the 50-year losing streak, and it's hard for people to accept.
Yeah, I hate that reasoning, though. They don't want to admit that they're good. I understand that there are people, we talk about this all the time, that love the underdog mentality. They love it. But I don't think they don't want to admit that they're good. If you're an underdog in the playoffs, you're still in the playoffs. You're still a playoff team. That means you're still a good football team. It's just, I do think sometimes we undervalue how good they can be, or because we're so close to it. It's like the Phillies, right? The Phillies are a roller coaster this year. So are a lot of other teams in Major League Baseball, which is why we constantly pointed that out with other teams. Look at what this team's dealing with. Look at what this team's dealing with. Even though we sometimes get caught in the moment. Like I said right after the trade deadline that the Mets were going to win the division. Look how that's going for
Connor,
me.
why the hell did you let that happen on Friday?
I wasn't here.
Yeah, none of you were here. That's why I felt so
We
comfortable
left him alone, so he just ripped off the take.
That's what happened.
But, we know that there's a roller coaster for all teams. Same with football. The Commanders' love that people are giving is because they're in love with Jaden Daniels. And that's fine. Jaden Daniels did a lot of great things his rookie year.
By the way, if you're talking about football, I'm in love with Jaden Daniels, too.
He's a hell of a player.
I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a problem. And I said it from the time he was drafted.
Yes, you did, more so than Caleb Williams.
I think he's going to be a problem. But
look at the rest of that team.
I don't think the Commanders are – last year, they had a horseshoe up their rear ends. They did.
Yeah.
There's so many magical things happen to them over and over again. You think that's happening again this year?
I don't believe that it will happen back-to-back years where everything clicks for them.
By the way, did the Eagles have a horseshoe up their rear end last year?
No. They were just a machine.
No, in fact, the Eagles, I think had games that were really they let teams hang around last year. Badly.
By the way, average age per roster,
oldest, right?
Commanders 27 and a half years old, which is the oldest in the National Football League.
They're going to have to that team.
The Eagles, by the way, second youngest.
The Commanders are a team that is trying to catch the birds. If they don't catch the birds this year, that's a team that is going to have to rebuild and retool their roster.
Yeah.
Now they've got the most important piece, and I really do. I think they have the most important piece.
But here's the thing: they keep on doing this old because they're thinking, all right, we got to win now because eventually he's going to get paid. We're 2 years away from that.
Correct.
Of Jaden Daniels getting paid.
And the thing is, they went really old this year. I think last year, they got punch drunk from being in the NFC title game, which was a bit of a gift. There's when the Detroit Lions are missing 6 of their 11 defensive starters.
Right.
You got to say to yourself, did we get a gift? Or were we really that good and got to the NFC title game? Remember the week of the title game where Adam Schefter with the guy with the story that, we got told we're not that good. We're going to get crushed.
Oh, the Commanders.
We're going to get crushed with the Commanders. They should have known. And to me, I'm telling you right now, I would have said to my fan base as the director of football, I would have gone, we have a long-term plan here.
Yeah.
Last year we got to the NFC title game. We're not putting all our chips on the table this year and saying we're all in this year. I would have gone long-term plan and gotten younger.
Yeah, I agree
and done
with
the
you.
right thing.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Give me one more text, Connor, and then I'll give you this Phillies warning.
Okay, I got you. This texter, they're very much on the bandwagon. They say, Shane and Mantuit is, really, really excited for the Eagles this season. I think they will very much impress and exceed expectations. 14-3 record.
Whoa.
Yeah, see, I'm not going to get that chesty.
Now that's tasty.
I'm not going to get that chesty.
That ain't happening, but I like it.
That's a little bold. That's a little bold.
But hey, if he believes it, he
I
believes it.
love it though. I mean,
because I'd rather hear 14-3 than 3-14.
I would just say is if anybody can make a case to me that any team is better than them in the NFC, I'd love to hear it. If there anybody who doubts the Eagles, that's fine. You tell me the team that's better than them in the NFC, and my listening ears are on.
Yeah, I mean,
make the case.
And look, one of the teams that I value them is the Rams.
No, I think the Rams is you can make an argument.
But as we continue to follow the Matthew Stafford story, and I've been saying this for weeks now, when a 37-year-old quarterback that was contemplating retirement 2 years ago is dealing with back issues, and then he throws 60 times on Saturday and can't practice on Monday. For all you, he doesn't need training camp people out there, sure, maybe he doesn't, but is he going to be even healthy? I'm just saying.
I don't think you're
And the Rams ain't winning with Jimmy Garoppolo, all right?
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo's shown he can get a team to an NFC title game. Absolutely. He can win 13 games. He can win 12 games.
In what year?
As a starter.
I don't think that's happening anymore.
What do you think? What do you think? He's falling apart?
He hasn't really played for years.
I mean, but I don't understand though. Do you think he's now?
You think Jimmy Garoppolo's all of a sudden going to be
I
back?
think Jimmy Garoppolo when he has a solid offensive line, which he does, even though I do think their offensive line is a little more depleted now in Detroit. It's not as good as it was last year, and he's got solid weapons. He's been a fantastic quarterback.
It's been a while.
I got you. I mean, I'm hearing that, but I mean, it's just he has not been it when he's got good weapons. I mean, he's been fantastic. When he's got a good team around him,
so is Joe Flacco, but I'm not worried about the Browns.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
He's not Joe. Is he Joe Flacco's age?
I'm not worried about Jimmy G. No, not his
No,
age.
no,
And he's not. And he's not beaten up.
No, but I'm just saying, he hasn't played.
I got you.
You gotta keep him rolling a little bit. If
I'm
you
not. Yeah,
expect that type of performance.
I'm not worried about Jimmy G.
Yeah.
All right. My warning. Now it's also It's also celebration.
Okay.
Guys, 5 through 9 in the order have been really big for the Phillies.
It's been a great week.
Or 6 through 9 because Castellanos 0 for 4 yesterday. But guys, 6 through 9 in the order have been huge. Weston Wilson has been huge recently, right? Bryson Stott is starting to hit the ball better. We're seeing Edmundo Sosa every time he's gotten the chance to play, and he's been producing.
He contributes.
6 through 9 in the order has been really good for the Phillies in this stretch since that Tiger series. Remember, some of these games were won by those guys. Like Max Kepler literally won a game by himself, of all people. Celebrating that while also warning people that I don't think that continues. Like, they've been winning games. Like, the bottom of the order has carried them in a couple of these games during this winning streak. Taking 2 of 3 against the Tigers, 2 of 3 against the O's, sweeping the Rangers, and now game 1 against the Reds.
Okay, so I'm trying to hear what
It's like yesterday's conversation.
Are you confident? Are you just trying to praise the guys for a good week? Or are you trying to convince yourself in any way, or trying to say to somebody that you think this is sustainable?
I'm praising them because they deserve the praise.
No, they do.
Right.
Okay, but now take it to the next step. Is it sustainable?
I don't believe that Weston Wilson is sustainable come playoff.
I do not either.
You know what I mean? Like,
you do?
No. I agree with you guys.
Okay, so we do not believe that Otto Kemp is in any way.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so I mean,
Kemp, Wilson.
I think
I don't buy.
I admire what you did there, compliment these guys for what they've accomplished this week, but acknowledge the fact, guys, this ain't good enough. It's not. It's great that it's worked for a week.
Yeah.
And it's awesome, but it's not going to be what carries this team. That's why I would like to see them go with Marsh and Bader.
Right.
And
Castellanos
for now. It's because it's going to be Castellanos.
Part of this conversation is 1 through 4 needs to step up more.
Well, they're not. And they're not.
They've had a couple of games during this stretch.
It's been more than a couple.
But it's been more games for orders 6 through 9 in the order, more so than 1 through 5.
You're a good guy, though, because you're acknowledging
it, man.
And you should, because those guys have done a great job at the bottom of the line.
Now, speaking of Castellanos.
Uh-huh.
Coming up next, the reason why the back end of the lineup needs to step up is because some guys in the middle aren't doing their jobs like at all. We're going to have a conversation about Nick Castellanos next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans.
on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. A lot of Eagles talk to start the show today, mixing in some Phillies as well after another win yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds. Kyle Schwarber, another 2-run home run yesterday, 42 home runs on the season, 97 RBI, and continues to be a big reason why this Phillies team is 20 games over 500, which is why I continue to make the case for him to win NL MVP.
What do you think the odds are?
I think Ohtani's going to win, and I think.
I mean, do you think it's just the PR campaign of Ohtani is?
Yeah, I think it's going to be injustice because he needs a good PR campaign.
My goodness.
Because we have another Shohei Ohtani story out there. Shohei Ohtani's being sued not by Ippei, who took the fall for him for the gambling stuff. Shohei Ohtani, I skimmed through the story this morning.
$250 million.
Yeah, he's developing. He's a part of
a Hawaiian resort.
Property development,
right.
And he was going to be the face while also having his own part of the resort.
Yeah, it's my aunt and uncle lived in a place called Crystal River, Florida.
Okay.
And they lived at a new housing development down there in Crystal River. They moved down from Philly here. And Ted Williams was the face of the development.
Okay, yeah.
Ted Williams was the guy who was on the billboards.
He had a house there.
Ted Williams
and, he was the face.
Ted Williams lived in the end unit where my Aunt Betty and Uncle Dave and my Aunt Doris lived. Ted Williams was right in the neighborhood.
Right.
And I think I've told you before, I had the little run-in with Ted Williams on the golf course.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm glad that he was. I'm glad.
Go well.
And his head was in a jar later.
Yeah.
And I wasn't upset with that. So I mean, to me, it's like these guys do this, and he backed. Like there's some shenanigans going on with it. He's being sued for $250 million.
Yeah, I can't believe you just celebrated Ted Williams' death.
Well,
live on the radio.
Look, he's on the putting green. I'm a young man. I'm like 20. I was like 23 years old, and I'm seeing Ted Williams. My dad's dead. My father always told me Ted Williams was the greatest baseball player he ever saw. So I'm putting there on the practice putting green. He's over there putting. I'm completely intimidated. Here's Ted Williams, and I'm like, this is great. So I watch him putt at least 60, 70 times before I get the guts up to go over to introduce myself and to say, I wanted to tell him that you were Dad's favorite player. So I walk over to him on the putting green, and I said, excuse me, Mr. Williams? And he looks up to me after like a hesitation.
Sure.
And says, excuse me, can you not see that I'm putting? And I literally just turn and walk away.
Huh?
And then they were at a par 3 in front of us. They were in the group in front of us. So we get to the par 3. His group is on the tee box. And I am cleaning the ball in the ball cleaning machine, you know, like where you put in. And his group's teeing off. And then he starts coming over towards me. And I literally just make eye contact, just take my golf ball and just walk away. As he walks up, he's like, oh, well, now I'm going to make time for you, young man. I'm like, I just said, dude, save your time.
This doesn't sound like a head in the jar level
I don't think
offense.
it's celebrating his death.
Well, everybody dies, dude. Everybody dies. And he thinks cryogenically he was going to come back to life, so his head's in a jar.
Hey, he might.
So he thought that him and Walt Disney.
We don't know yet. All right, Nick Castellanos. We got to have a conversation.
He may have the last laugh.
Nick Castellanos. So since July 27th.
Okay.
And he's been struggling before that as well. But since July 27th, and this is when you're leading up to the trade deadline, and then after the trade deadline, we had the report from Matt Gelb that the Phillies are contemplating whether or not they could platoon him in right field. And then,
remember the trade talk came up,
yeah, trade talk as well.
Has his name come up in trade talks?
And then he doesn't get traded, and there's talks about platooning in right field. There was the game against the Rangers, against DeGrom, where he's not in the lineup. They claim that it had something to do with the turf and that they just wanted to take his feet up for a game. Since July 27th, Nick Castellanos is 8 for 49, which is a 163 batting average. He has 2 home runs and no other extra base hits. So 8 hits, 6 of which are singles, and then the 2 home runs. He has walked 1 time and has struck out 14 times. So a batting average of 163 and on base of 180. I still believe he should be your everyday right fielder.
So do I.
And I'm not budging off of that.
I am lockstep with Andrew Salciunas.
I just wonder if they continue to monitor this situation, if they would make the drastic move or not. It's not what I want to do. It's not what you want to do, Connor. It's not what John wants to do. If there's already whispers that they could do this, and if this continues, could we actually see it? I don't think you can rule anything out with their obsession with platoon play.
I mean, to me, we've gone this far with Nick Castellanos, and I'm not going to forget that in October, last year against the Mets, he was arguably their best player against the Mets at the plate. And I know against the Braves, he was the Braves hate him. They hate him from 22 and 23 facing him. So I want Nick Castellanos as my right fielder, and I know that in big moments he can come through. And I'm not going to rag on him for a big, bad stretch. I sort of know what his, like Rob Thompson will talk about the baseball card.
Yeah.
I know what the back of his baseball
and
card
so
is.
That's my question for you, because, look, Nick Castellanos, we've talked about this all the time. He's one of those buzzword names where people just don't like him for whatever reason.
He's brought some of it on himself,
I understand
I get it.
For the people that would like to see some different things happening in right field, let us know what you want. But I'm also curious, has his resume earned more patience? Because I believe that it has.
Me too.
And I don't think that drastic move in August would be smart. Would love your reaction to that at 610-632-0975. Coming up next, back to some football talk, Johnny. We are not done with summertime lists yet.
Uh-oh.
But it is another one where we should value more, because this isn't, 10 hot take artists. This is people within the league that spoke with The Athletic. However, the Jalen Hurts doubt is still there. You'll find out next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A late inning comeback. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won again yesterday 4-1 after they made a late push in Cincinnati. They got shut out through the first 7 innings, but then in the 8th, with 2 outs, they scored all 4 of their runs in that win, and a lot of it came from the bottom of the order coming through. Trey Turner joined the folks on NBC Sports Philadelphia on the broadcast after the game and talked about the bottom of the lineup coming through.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup, and that's big. That when that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
And Taijuan Walker deserves some credit as well. He was impressive, holding the Reds to 1 run and 6 innings of work to help the Phillies stay in the game. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. with Ranger Suarez on the mound against Brady Singer as the Phils go for 5 straight. The Eagles got relatively good news on Landon Dickerson yesterday. He does have a meniscus injury, and he'll be having a minor knee surgery to repair it, but he's considered week to week and has a chance to still potentially play week 1 versus the Cowboys. We'll talk to Jeff McClain of the Inquirer coming up at 8:25 for the latest on the Birds. This update's brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. As we are getting closer and closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. But
how's it feeling?
It feels great, but we have not exited the list season just yet.
23 days. 23 days to the opener.
Yeah,
45 to Tampa. We get on the plane to Tampa.
We're getting there.
Or should I say Clearwater? Do you like Clearwater better? You like because I know you're obsessed. You're obsessed with Clearwater, but Tampa's it's the Tampa trip though. But it's the Tampa trip.
But we're staying in Clearwater, and that's even better. All right, so the Athletic did their latest executive poll, just like ESPN did with the Jeremy Fowler article.
Sure.
Where they did all the positions individually. They did quarterbacks, they did receivers, they did them all. And so now the Athletic did theirs, where once again they interviewed executives and other members of the NFL inside the league. And Jalen Hurts came in the top 10, but tied for 9th with C.J. Stroud.
With C.J. Stroud.
Yes, there's a lot of C.J. Stroud love.
Well, last year C.J. Stroud was 5th or 4th. So it was more aggravating last year. But it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I'm
at
the point where it does not bother me anymore. It doesn't. Now I will react to it because it's part of our job and it's fun. Now, but I can't even get bothered by it anymore.
Now they do their tier 1, which is Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Stafford.
Yes, that is tier 1.
Are you shocked?
In order, by the way, Mahomes and Burrow tied
correct
as the number 1 quarterback. Allen 3, Jackson 4, Stafford 5. I
have no issue with they're tier 1, except I'm shocked Stafford's in it.
Yeah, I'd kick Stafford to tier 2. And this is a show that thinks Matthew Stafford is a good quarterback.
I'm a Stafford fan. Big Stafford fan.
If his back holds up.
I'm not a Stafford, though. I mean, I'm a huge Stafford fan. And but I believe tier 1 should be those 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah, and
I think all of them are there.
I stand by that constantly. Like I have not changed despite Jalen Hurts winning Super Bowl MVP.
No, we're all there.
Those 4 guys are still the overall better quarterback.
So we're not being Hurts homers at that point.
No. Now,
but if we moved Stafford down into our tier 2,
yes,
then you get Jaden Daniels.
So here's where they go.
Seriously.
So tier 2 is where Jalen Hurts is. By the way, tier 2 is, I think, the heaviest of the tiers. Jaden Daniels is 6th.
The heaviest is tier 3.
Okay.
I believe. Let me see.
Justin Herbert is 7th. Jared Goff is 8th. They have C.J. Stroud and Jalen Hurts tied at 9th. Baker Mayfield 11th. Dak Prescott 12th. Jordan Love 13th. Brock Purdy 14th.
Okay. On this list, what stood out to me in a couple things, and I want to hear what stood out to you. Jordan Love, more love from media than from executives.
Yes.
Media loves Jordan Love a lot more than the executives do. You guys, I'm a believer that the Packers are going to make a move this year and be much better than they were last year. You guys are a little more skeptical.
I'm hesitant.
So you guys are more in line with what the executives seem to be saying.
Yeah.
Now, what I think the Packers could do this year that will benefit Jordan Love is utilizing Josh Jacobs even more than what they did last year, much like the Eagles did with Saquon Barkley and like the Ravens did with Derrick Henry. And I think that would make a young quarterback who is still learning the league be a little bit more comfortable. And, oh, by the way, Golden is a rookie wide receiver. The other guys are guys. Like, it's not like the Packers have a insane wide receiver duo.
I still can't get past. And by the way, I don't believe that Hurts should be ahead of Stafford necessarily. But I think Hurts should be right there with Stafford. But Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert, he should be ahead of both of them. Jared Goff, he should be ahead of Jared Goff. Slightly. He's 8th. Jared Goff's 8th. Hurts is 9th. So I'm not going to complain about that. But I think right now, if you're just talking about accomplishments of their career and the quarterbacks that they've been, one thing I know, Jalen Hurts is not going to poop himself in a big game.
Right.
And Jared Goff has had moments where he's pooped himself in a big game.
So is Justin Herbert, who is ahead of Hurts on this list.
Justin Herbert should be
Stroud.
Justin Herbert should be Depends Undergarments spokesperson because in his 2 playoff appearances, he's been horrendous.
Yeah. Now, this is why I do take more stock into these because, again, this isn't the team of The Athletic, even though I respect their writing. It's The Athletic interviewed. And the poll was broken down 6 GMs, active GMs in the NFL, 6 assistant GMs in the NFL, 6 former GMs, 5 other executives in the league still, 8 current head coaches, 19 other coaches, which includes 15 coordinators. And so this breaks down a 50-person panel of people that are in the NFL or these 6 former GMs that are no longer in the NFL, but they still have their ties. And so when Jalen Hurts comes in at number 9, this isn't like hot take media. This is people that are inside the league giving their honest opinion. Now, some of them I'm sure have bias because maybe the GM didn't draft Jalen Hurts and they don't want to give Jalen Hurts that kind of credit, right?
But how much though do they hate? Do they really not hate? Do they really not respect Daniel Jones?
Oh, yeah, he comes in at number 30.
How much? And they put Anthony Richardson 2 spots behind Daniel Jones. They think Daniel Jones is better than Anthony Richardson, who is supposed to be their quarterback. They don't think, executives don't think a lot of Michael Penix Jr.
Right.
And there's a lot of people talking up Michael Penix Jr. Bo Nix at 20.
Dude, Trevor Lawrence at 18.
A lot of people think Bo Nix, they're talking about Bo Nix. Well, Bo Nix is the next big thing, and the executives are saying, and this committee group saying,
I think he's an okay quarterback.
I do too.
I don't think he's great.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's probably should be higher than 20th on this list, but he's okay.
I like Baker. I think Baker Mayfield should be higher. Like, I think Baker Mayfield has had a better career than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, sure.
I think Baker Mayfield
now,
has had
a lot of this, you're mentioning career. It's not all career. It's also what they project. It's also what they believe.
The thing is, though, is I don't – like, to me, if you're making a list and you're tiering the quarterbacks, doesn't it have to be what they've accomplished?
Well, some of it's hard, right? Because Baker Mayfield has a million weapons, right? And he makes the most of having those weapons. C.J. Stroud has no offensive line. What this list is here is what Pete Prisco tried telling us a couple of weeks ago when we had him on. He said, this is not my personal opinion. This is based off of who I speak to. And I will tell you, and this is Pete Prisco's words, I will tell you right now that there are not 5 GMs that would take Jalen Hurts with the first 5 picks, and then he questioned whether or not he would go in the top 10.
And this backs up Pete completely.
Right.
This backs it up completely. I would just say is Jalen doesn't give a flip, and we care more than Jalen does.
Yeah.
Which is good, because if this drives Jalen, good for him.
Sure, why not? Use all the motivation you can.
Whatever, if this drives him, that's good for him.
We're not the only ones reacting to this list. Here is Colin Cowherd on the Herd reacting to it.
This is where NFL executives and I totally agree. In their tiers, 4 tiers, they have Jalen Hurts, 9th, 10th best quarterback. And fans view quarterbacks through the lens of, hey, they win. Well, Trent Dilfer and Nick Foles have Super Bowl rings, and Dan Marino doesn't. So this is not a knock on Jalen Hurts. He's not as tall as you'd like. He's about the same size or shorter than Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy last week went on a podcast and said, 40% of the time, I can't see who I'm throwing to. And the other thing is, and this is just so obvious, last year in the bye week, the people who know him best said, we'd be better off throwing less. That's a tell. So some quarterbacks in this league are Taylor Swift. They're leading the entire tour. Most quarterbacks in this league are the Spice Girls. They're part of an ensemble. Jalen is part of an ensemble.
Now, can I say I'm fine with the Spice Girls?
I like the Spice Girls.
Spice Girls are good.
Well, which ones you like?
I forget which one.
Jalen would probably be Sporty Spice.
I think Sporty. Yeah, I that was my first guess, too, Sporty Spice.
But this goes back to the game manager conversation. I'm fine with that.
I don't think that is a tear down by Colin at all, or a critique that's unfair. But isn't that the role of the quarterback?
Unless you don't have the talent around you.
Isn't the role of the quarterback to be the facilitator, to get the ball in the right person's hands, to make the right plays? So to me, that's a great compliment to Jalen Hurts. He does the right things. He gets the ball in the right guy's hands.
Which things
he makes everybody look good.
Justin Herbert has not been able to in the playoffs.
Justin Herbert throws to the other team's colors over and over again.
So we'll continue to react to this throughout the course of the show today. Coming up next, though, we got good news on Landon Dickerson. And now we have someone speaking on experience. Hear from a former NFL lineman on Dickerson's injury next and how he is comfortable that Landon Dickerson could be back week 1. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. Jeff McClain going to be joining us coming up at 8:25. No Tuesdays with Amy this week. She is out of town. We might speak with her later on in the week, but no Amy today. But Jeff McClain will join us at 8:25 for his weekly hit, talking about the Eagles, the updated CB2 battle, and the injury with Landon Dickerson. Now, again, we got good news yesterday from Adam Schefter reporting that there is a chance that Landon Dickerson could be available come September 4th for the opener against the Dallas Cowboys. It's a minor procedure, and so we could all breathe a sigh of relief, and if he does miss time, it looks like it would probably only be one game. Now, here's Damien Woody, who, of course, former lineman in the National Football League, now member of ESPN. Here he is talking about his own personal experience with this exact same injury.
I've had this injury before. I've had this same surgery before. Literally, I've missed one game.
Wow.
One game from that surgery. And listen, Landon Dickerson, obviously one of the best guards in the National Football League, one of the toughest players that we have in that game. I don't foresee him missing any time. And we still got about a month, maybe a little bit less than a month before the first game. So I think the Philadelphia Eagles will just ramp him up and he'll be ready for the opener.
So it's more of a pain tolerance situation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's not one of those, we got to reconstruct the meniscus, a little shave, and then you can just go about your business. But, again, he's one of the tougher players that we have in our game.
So a couple things. A, need ramp up to just be obliterated.
Yeah, you can't say that.
I'm tired of hearing ramp up. That's got to go.
Well, it's
especially
just because you've been scarred.
Especially when it comes to a meniscus and a Philadelphia athlete.
Oh, we're right back,
By
baby.
the way, it's one Philadelphia.
I know. But Damien Woody, again, not just former lineman in the NFL, but former offensive lineman and former guard. So plays the exact same position that Landon Dickerson plays.
By the way, Damien is a huge we'll see if we can get him on some more. I'll try to send him a note.
Yeah, I think
see if we
he's
can get
great.
him on. He's a good dude, and we'll see if we can get him on. He is a huge Landon Dickerson fan.
Okay, cool.
He thinks that Landon Dickerson is prototype of the new age guard.
Right, the guys that pull, they can
Like
get to the
much
second
more
level, do
the
all that kind of-
athleticism.
Right.
Like he says, look, this guy takes it to a new level.
Right.
Huge fan.
So, look, that's something that, in case people didn't see the report or read the report last night, that they think Landon Dickerson could still be good for week one. Because here's the deal. There's sometimes information I don't completely buy. Like the Matt Stafford, well, he'll be fine. Trust us, he'll be fine. I never believed that. And as more information continues to come out, I feel like my belief is accurate. When I'm hearing from a player himself that had the exact same injury, and by the way, not that Damien Woody is like 100 years old, but sports science has also
gotten better.
Gotten a lot better.
Oh, by the way, Damien Woody in his playing career was not in any way the same level of athleticism.
Right, as Landon Dickerson, right?
Not even close. I mean, you've seen Landon. Landon does cartwheels.
Right, so there's a lot to it.
Landon does backflips.
There's a lot to it that should make you feel, even more confident that Landon Dickerson could be ready to go.
They dodged a bullet
come
here,
week
though.
one. They absolutely did because
Dude, this is a dodged bullet.
when he's hobbling off, and it's amazing that it happened at the open practice, and 50,000 people went dead silent for deservedly so, good reason. For him to maybe be back week one, they absolutely dodged a bullet, especially because we know all about this offensive line and what it means for the Eagles. All right, what do we got on the text line? We have the Eagles conversation. If you're not on the confidence party bandwagon, why? If you are, try to explain to people why they should be, in case they're tired of hearing me and John give reasons. And also the Phillies discussion that we've been having. Nick Castellanos, are you for or against the Phillies maybe potentially platooning Castellanos, who has been struggling a lot recently? I stand by it. I think his resume is enough to give him patience and opportunities to stay out in right field.
Now, the funny thing is I thought of this last night watching it, and I wondered where you'd sit on this.
Which, by the way, he had another bad game yesterday.
And I wondered, even in the midst of that, I'm like, I still want him out there.
I've also seen it with Castellanos where he's gone ice cold.
Oh, he's done that.
Like,
yeah, we've
Remember
been
the
through
Arizona
this.
series?
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, remember the start to last season where everyone was like, get this guy off the team, and he kept playing every single damn day, and all of a sudden he
was
together.
their best hitter last year, right? Would you say?
All of last season, he was their most. Well, after that first start, he ended up being their best hitter.
No, all year long of the whole year, he was their best hitter.
He's streaky. This isn't new. We just forget in the immediacy that we've already learned this lesson.
Right. What do we got on the text line?
All right, so we have a check here from up north. Oh, Matt in Ontario. He checks in and says, I'm definitely on the bandwagon, but you just mentioned how the Lions lost 6 of their defensive starters, and that hurt them in the playoffs. The Eagles lost some defensive starters this offseason as well. Don't you think that could be a reason for concern?
No, it could be a reason for concern.
A reason for concern.
And we have highlighted that over and over and over again. But I also am going to trust Vic Fangio. I can still look, again, this is why the blind faith conversation happens, right? Even though I trust so much of what Howie Roseman does, I don't like what they did with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I vehemently disagreed with that decision.
And does it look like he is out for bad time? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson?
He's going to miss time, but I think
not as bad as they thought?
No, not yet.
Good.
Respectfully, Jordan Schultz, he jumped the gun on that
So he
one.
jumped the gun.
But yeah, I miss Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I think they will miss Darius Slay. There's a reason why we're talking about the cornerback battle every single day, because they decided it was time to move on from Darius Slay, who would still be your starter if he was here. But that doesn't mean I can't still have faith in Vic Fangio to try to make these guys play to a certain level. And I'm not asking for them to be the number 1 ranked defense this year. Just be in the top 10.
No. 10. Be in the top 10, be there, and have the offense be a little bit better than last year.
Yeah. And you can bring up the Lions and what they dealt with last year. The Eagles have a full season to figure this out. The Lions were grabbing guys, from outside the stadium hours before kickoff some weeks because they needed players. And eventually they leaked so much oil that car wasn't running anymore, and we were all waiting for that time to come.
What was it, Carlos the Civic?
Well, we're getting there. All right, coming up next, we'll get back to this USA Today projection where they have the Eagles going 12-5 and the top seed in the NFC. We talked a little bit more about the rest of the NFC earlier in the show. What else stood out? We'll give some of our observations coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Oh, my God, we are right around the corner from football season. I love it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A 2-out rally in the 8th. I'm Connor Thomas, and that's how the Phillies won their 4th straight game yesterday, 4-1. It was a late inning comeback in Cincinnati. After getting shut out through the first 7 innings, the Phils scored 4 in the 8th, all with 2 outs. And Trey Turner talked after the game on NBC Sports Philadelphia about the bottom of the lineup coming up big.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup. And that's big. When that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
But it wasn't just the lineup. Taijuan Walker was impressive yesterday as well. He held the Reds to 1 run and 6 innings of work on the mound to help the Phillies stay in the game. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40. Ranger Suarez faces Brady Singer. Eagles got relatively good news yesterday on Landon Dickerson. He does have a meniscus injury, and he'll be having a minor knee procedure to repair it, but he's only considered week to week and has a chance to still potentially play week 1 versus Dallas. In other injury news for the Birds, Kenyon Green has a shoulder injury, likely ending his preseason. He was acquired in that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade. We'll talk to Jeff McClain coming up at 8:25. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hi, my name is Phil E., and for most of my sport...
Down this USA Today NFL record projection a little bit more. So again, if you're just tuning in, if you missed it earlier, our question for the audience today at 610-632-0975 is why are some of you not on the confidence bandwagon? Not the Eagles bandwagon, the confidence bandwagon. And for those of you that are with John and I and Connor, can you help us try to explain to people why they should be? So in the latest non-biased poll or projections, because look, today's also the quarterback, Jalen Hurts comes in at number 9 among executives throughout NFL. The USA Today, the team at USA Today, has the Eagles going 12-5 and being the 1 seed in the NFC. And we have said since the day the schedule came out that the Eagles could win 11 or 12 games, and 12 might be enough to win the 1 seed. And they back that up. They back up what we have been saying for months now. When did the schedule come out? In May?
Comes out second week of May.
Yeah, so for 3 months now, we've kind of been saying this despite roster changes, despite getting information, despite seeing what the cornerback 2 situation is right now. We still feel this way, that the Eagles are the best team in the division, and 12 wins could be enough to win the conference. Some other observations. They have the Packers also winning 12 games this year, but the Eagles would win the head-to-head matchup, which is why the Eagles get the 1 seed. We told you that they have the Buccaneers winning the NFC South, which we all believe to be the case, but they have them going 9-8. I see more wins for the Bucs this year.
Yeah, too low.
The NFC West, I've been saying it. The 49ers are that sneaky team that will be good this year because of the easiest schedule in the NFL, as long as Christian McCaffrey is healthy.
I'm not
because
buying
that's what it comes down to.
I'm not buying that as much, but I get your thinking. I'm just not waiting on that.
By the way, they have the Rams going 11-6 as well, tied with the 49ers, but they have the Niners winning the division. The Vikings, by the way, a team that a lot of people worry about. They have them going 9-8.
I'm not
I think
as
they're
sold
going to
on
be
the
better.
Vikings yet.
I'm sold on their defense, and I'll be sold if J.J. McCarthy is ready to handle the moment.
I don't think he's ready to handle the moment.
I'm
but
not
I think
there yet. Yep.
Yeah, way too early on J.J.
Yeah, that team, though, they do, if you look at their history, they don't really cash in when it counts, but they win a lot of games with bad quarterbacks. Case Keenum, Sam Bradford, J.J. McCarthy, Sam Darnold. I mean, those guys are all kind of...
Yeah, but we haven't seen McCarthy. I can't even call him a bad quarterback because we don't know who he is.
Right. I'm just saying, like, that team does have a formula to get a lot
their
out
defense
of
is
guys
really good.
who
There's a lot of talent, and Brian Flores is a very, very bright defensive-minded coach in the NFL.
And they have one of the best, I think, offensive-minded head coaches in the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I would imagine they'll squeeze every ounce of juice they can get out of the league.
I think they'll get more than 9 wins. That's my feeling on it. Now, in the AFC, they have the Ravens finishing with the best record in the AFC.
I can absolutely see it. I think they
totally
have a fantastic roster.
And they agree, once again, man, me and USA Today, it's like I wrote this.
What?
I believe this is the year that the Ravens are the team that comes out of the AFC. And they have the Ravens not only getting out of the AFC, but winning the Super Bowl over the Packers.
So the Packers are going to lose the regular season game in Lambeau to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, we don't know how they have the playoffs projected out. I have to look and see.
So here's how I'll tell you right now. So they have the Eagles as the 1 seed, which means they would get the bye because there's only one bye now. So that means the Packers are playing the Commanders in round 1. The Niners are playing the Rams, a divisional matchup in round 1. And they have the Bucks and Lions playing one another in round 1. So the Eagles would then obviously play the lowest remaining seed. The question is the lowest remaining seed the Rams in an upset? Is it the Lions beating the Bucks, and could the Lions come to Philadelphia and win? I don't know. I don't see the breakdown, the bracket that they have.
I don't know. I didn't see the bracket. I'm going to have to look and see how they did that. So I don't know how they did that, but.
By the way, your other division winners in the AFC, Texans in the South, Bills in the East, Broncos.
Wow.
In the West.
Okay, that's too rich for my taste.
The Broncos defense will be one of the better defenses in the NFL this season. The question is Bo Nix going to do enough offensively in order for them to win that many football games?
I have the breakdown of the playoffs, so I do have the breakdown of the playoffs here. Okay.
By the way, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities.
Okay, they have the Rams and the 49ers playing in the wild card round.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams, the 6th seed, playing at the 49ers, and the Rams beating the 49ers.
Okay.
They have the Lions playing at the Bucks in the wild card round. The Lions beating the Bucks.
So I figured they would do.
They have the Commodes playing at the Packers, and the Packers beating them. Then they have the Packers hosting the Lions, and the Packers advancing. The Eagles hosting the Rams, and the Rams beating the Eagles.
So in a rematch of the divisional round of the playoffs, back-to-back years, that means there's no snow on the ground.
They say the Eagles will lose to the Rams. The Eagles will be the 1 seed. They will lose to the 6 seed Rams at home.
Matthew Stafford playing in that game?
I do not see that happening. So then, by the way, they have the Bengals, the Bills beating the Bengals over on the other side in the wild card round. Chiefs upsetting the Texans. Steelers upsetting the Broncos in the wild card round. Then the Ravens beat the Steelers. The Chiefs upset the Bills. The Ravens beat the Chiefs. The Ravens beat the Packers.
Josh Allen. Could you imagine if he lost to Mahomes again?
Come on. I can imagine.
I can totally imagine. Because every
can
year,
you imagine if the sun came up?
Every year, this is the year
I'm going
for
to tell
the
you
Bills, man.
that is not how this will play out. That is not. The Eagles are not losing to a 6th seed at home after the bye. That is not going to be the way. That's not the way the season is going to play out. They could lose.
Sure.
That's not the way it's going to play.
So our question, why are you hesitating jumping on the confidence bandwagon with the Eagles. What do we got on the text line, Connor? It's 610-632-0975.
All right, so we have a check-in because, John, you were saying someone has to convince you that there's a better NFC team than the Eagles.
Yes.
Peter from Reading says, John, there's no team better than them in the AFC as well. 13-4 at the worst. Great to be the top dog. Just enjoy it finally.
13-4 at the worst.
Now the thing is, I enjoy the confidence there. I think the Ravens roster can make an argument.
I legitimately think the Ravens are the best team in football.
I think the Ravens roster can make an argument.
They're
at all three levels of their defense. I think they can make an argument that they are better.
I'm very bummed out that they got Jair Alexander.
And I think
very bummed.
Yeah, I think they have. I think at all three levels of their defense, I think they can make the argument that they're better. Their offense at quarterback, I would say wash, right?
Not regular season.
Well, you think that they're better?
Lamar's a better quarterback.
How many times has he won MVP or Offensive Player of the Year?
Running game, fairly much a wash.
Yeah.
Okay. So then
Eagles have better skill players.
We have better wide receivers.
Better receivers. And,
better line.
And honestly, probably a better tight end if Likely's missing time. It depends on who Mark Andrews is.
Wow, I think they get the better tight end.
Dude, Mark Andrews was done last year.
Better tight end. I think they get the better tight end. I like Dallas Goedert, but I think it's better tight end.
I thought Mark Andrews was like on his way out.
Really?
Yeah, remember he was almost on his way out, and then they decided to keep him just like Dallas Goedert. So the same thing.
Still think he's better though, isn't he? Wasn't he better? I mean, Dallas Goedert
was more
has
available.
Dallas Goedert had
available.
Does Dallas Goedert have like an 800-yard season, like 800-yard season? I think we look at Dallas Goedert romantically.
Sure. I'm talking about this current stage of Mark Andrews, by the way. Because look, in 2021, he had a 1,300-yard season in 2021.
Right.
But we'll see. Look, Ravens are a really good football team, and so I'm not surprised that they have them coming out of the AFC.
Last year, Mark Andrews had 673 yards and 11 touchdowns.
Good year.
Yeah, he's a better
tight end.
Dallas Goedert's never done that.
They utilize him more. They don't utilize
Dallas Goedert's never done that.
That's all right. They don't. Well, it's because they don't utilize him, though. What do we got on the text line, Connor?
All right. We also have a check-in here from Faye in Pottstown talking about those quarterback tiers. And they say if quarterbacks are Spice Girls, Brock Purdy is Baby Spice.
Yeah, so look, we're gonna dive deeper into this quarterback poll because what we're gonna do later on in the show. Now, this is our own personal opinions. We're gonna try to do our own tier based off of what actually matters, and that's whether or not you're winning. Because that's what we're finding out here. Like,
okay, give me elaborate a little bit.
Like, Joe Burrow is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. I don't think there's even a debate.
Okay, so wait a minute now. Do you think that there's not, like, you're saying is that there's nothing that Joe, like, I believe that if Joe Burrow was the quarterback of the Eagles last year, they would have won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Same with Josh Allen, same with Patrick Mahomes.
Same with Lamar.
Yes. But the thing is, Lamar has come up small in the playoffs numerous times, whereas Jalen Hurts has not.
I don't think that Lamar would have come up small with that defense last year. I think the Eagles' defense won that Super Bowl last year. I think that defense won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah,
the Chiefs didn't even get it over. Chiefs didn't even get it over the 50.
Oh, I mean,
until like
was great too. It was
no. They did.
The Super Bowl was a combo platter.
They did, but the Chiefs' offense didn't even get it over the 50.
Yeah.
Until what, third quarter or something? I mean, it was.
Super Bowl was a combo play. The first two games of the playoffs, it was absolutely the defense won those games.
Yeah, I look
and
at
Saquon
it.
Barkley.
Yeah, I look at it.
Like that's what
I'll always remember that the defense was the one that won.
They were the stronger side of the ball last year, and now this year, I think we need to expect and demand the offense to be the better side of the ball this year. We just do. And that's why, going back to this patience conversation that we had last year, that we've had this year as well, once again, more patient with the defense, less patient with the offense to start the season.
For some.
Yeah. For the smart for the smart ones.
Here we go.
Because the offense is going to need to win them the first couple of weeks of the season. Has to.
No, has to. How about first couple weeks? First 4 weeks?
Yeah, first 4 weeks.
You're facing 4 really good offenses. You better put up points. None of this ramp-up period, and as Adam Schefter told us, Why should you be expecting a ramp up with this offense?
No, with 10 of 11 starters coming back.
No,
and,
why
and
should
one
you
of
be?
And the one guy that's not a starter from last year did
Why
play.
should there be patience?
Absolutely.
You better. Now you can have during the month of October, the offense could sleepwalk a bit. Broncos, Giants, Vikings, Giants. You could get away with it. 3 out of 4. Not the first month.
Don't sleepwalk against that Broncos defense. They're going to be good this year. All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Mr. Connor Thomas. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer. The combination play.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Not to scare you guys, but I just saw something really random pop up on the timeline. Addie Simons used to play in the NFL. Looks like for the Jaguars. randomly put out a tweet about Rashawn Slater, who got injured and is done for the season. Great offensive lineman for the Chargers. It's a big loss for them. A long-term study of NFL players with quad and patella tendon tears from the National Library of Medicine between 2009 and 2023. So that's a 14-year sample size.
Okay.
Shows that Rashawn Slater has only a 55% chance of ever stepping foot on a field again.
What?
That's wild.
And even if he does, of course, he'll likely never be the same player. Now, the reason why I bring this up in the conversation is John McMullen, who does a great job covering the Eagles, quote tweets and says,
"Yep,
this is also relevant for Nakobe Dean because that's the injury that he sustained. It was a nasty injury.
No, it was ugly.
I never realized that it's that high of a risk of never playing again, which I think we'll see Nakobe Dean on the field. We've seen him doing his sprints, but the question is just how good is he following an injury like that?
I've already told you I think that it's his last year. Or he comes back and he does a 1 year
prove-it deal.
Prove it deal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Jahad Campbell. There's a reason why they drafted him too. He fell in their lap that late in the first round. But he's very talented. And Nakobe Dean, unfortunately, because it's really unfortunate. He's
3
hurt.
or 4 years. You can't commit to that.
Yeah, it's a shame because he played so well last year.
That's terrible, though.
But yeah, that's a big number, man. So that's
huge.
scary. All right, it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
And it's brought to us by the Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. Hopefully nothing too scary for you here in today's headlines. We're going to start off with the first AP Top 25 poll of the college football season. I don't know if you guys have seen the rankings. We're just going to look at the top 5 here because Texas is the number 1 team right now in the rankings. But number 2, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Could be the year for them. Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia round out the top 5. Is this a year where Penn State could actually make it happen, boys?
I never believe it.
James Franklin's still their coach?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I'll never believe it. I'll never believe it until I see it, and that's not.
I believe
the Temple bias.
I believe the recruiting will be great.
Yeah, absolutely, and the talent will be there. The big thing for them is they have a lot of starters coming back. I talked to Sam Acho yesterday on the network. He's very bullish of Texas and not bullish of Ohio State.
I don't like Ohio State's crew either.
They lost a lot of players.
I'm shocked they're
in the draft. They're third.
I'm shocked they're third. That makes no sense. They're not better than Alabama. They may not be better than Georgia.
And by the way, Clemson,
where's Clemson?
Clemson's 4th,
Clemson's 4.
They have a bunch of seniors that have been around for many years,
but they
including
haven't been
their quarterback.
Good. They've been that good.
Well, yeah. They went 9-4, 10-4 last year, which is
in a bad ACC.
Right. It's good for some teams, but it's not good for Clemson, Bama, Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, 10-4 in the ACC is not good.
So who's your guys' pick? You think of Texas?
Yes. I think Texas is clearly the best team. I think that
They're the best team. I just need to see who Arch Manning is.
I'm not on the Ohio State bandwagon. And I believe that Alabama's going to be a lot better than people are projecting right now.
If only Arch Manning had some pedigree that we could reference back to.
I'm just glad that Georgia's not written.
And we already know that Arch won't be going to the draft, so we don't have to live through that.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of Texas, let's head down to Houston because Joe Espada, the manager of the Astros, had to talk about some scary news for them yesterday.
Josh, he came in today, and there is some shoulder discomfort, so we're getting some tests done.
That's talking about Josh Hader, who, of course, is one of the best closers in all of baseball. And the reason I bring this up is not just to talk about Josh Hader potentially having a major issue for the Astros.
Or wondering why the Padres didn't use him against Bryce Harper in the NLCS Game 5.
It's another fair question. Feels like a cheap shot considering the guy's hurt right now. But
no, it's a cheap shot at the manager of the Padres.
Last night in the Phillies game, in a save situation, it was Orion Kirkering and not Joan Duran because Duran had thrown the last 2 games.
I was fine with it.
What are your guys' thoughts about the management of him going forward to make sure that we're not in this situation?
They're not going to pitch him 3 days in a row. They had said that from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
They weren't going to pitch him 3 in a row, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but come playoff time, he'll pitch every
but he's not going to pitch 3
save situation.
You think so?
Well, no, they're not going to play 3 days in a row.
Well, you hope they won't.
Right.
Sometimes they get
usually there's the built-in days off, but
in the NLCS or the World Series, there is 3 in a row.
Sure.
3, 4, and 5 are in a row.
You don't think he would pitch 3 days in a row in the playoffs?
I think he would.
He's going to pitch 3 days in a row in the playoffs.
I don't know that you have seen many guys close out 3 days in a row, even in postseason.
Well, it's just rare to be in 3 straight save situations.
It is. That is rare.
Right.
That is the truth.
But I imagine if they're in 3 straight save situations, he's closing out all 3 of those games.
How much of your thought about him, though, is like managing him? Because I feel like everyone's just gung-ho, throw him every single time there's a
No,
close
that's
game.
why I laughed at people like you, Connor, that were like, oh, man, I was bummed out when Brandon Marsh hit that home run. I
wanna
said,
see the
no,
big guy.
that's a good thing that he hit that home run because that's another inning that's not on the shoulder or the elbow or the forearm or the fingers and blisters. Like, I get it. We're all excited about the shiny new toy. But if Brandon Marsh hits a home run to take him out of save situation, celebrate it, damn it.
Fair enough.
God.
We'll round out with the replay.
But 12-5 winning the 1 seed, what makes you hesitant to jump in on that party?
Oh, man. I mean, we've thrown out a lot of theories. I still go back to the history type of thing, but
What's the history that you gave, just for those who didn't hear it?
It's that when the Eagles have had Super Bowl appearing or Super Bowl winning seasons, there have been these pitfalls waiting around the corner for the next year. And a lot of people only know what they know, right? They can't look at the Chiefs repeating, the Patriots repeating.
But they should look at that.
They should.
It has nothing to do, like the Eagles' previous ones have nothing to do with this year's team.
Right, but we're Philadelphia, John. We talk about it all the time. We only focus on what happens here. So it's tough for the fan. I'm not saying they're right.
Well, here's where I can speak as an older and wiser fan. That's stupid. That is stupid to do that.
Yeah.
Because we don't, that is nothing, what has happened in the past has nothing to do with it.
Right.
We're much more like the Chiefs and the Patriots were. We're much
in terms
more
of the
like
way
that.
this roster's
and
built.
the way this
Absolutely.
roster's built, we're much more like them. So everybody just feel good about it.
And the other thing, too, that it could potentially be, and we saw it with Landon Dickerson, and luckily we dodged a bullet, they played a lot of games last year. So if anyone's thinking wear and tear could be a problem for the Eagles team.
But again, it goes back to the same thing. The Chiefs have been to the Super Bowl for the last 5 years.
They've been to
they played more games than anybody.
The title game, what?
7 years, 6 years. I mean, like, so they played the most games in football. They're there every year. So that argument doesn't hold up. And the Patriots did it 6 of 7 years. It doesn't hold up.
Right, but none of these arguments are going to hold up. We're talking about that deep, dark fear that some people
the thing
have.
Is, if someone has that deep, dark fear, it's not logical because it doesn't make sense. Because
that's why we're
does not
here to
make
help,
sense.
John.
That's
why
just
we
where
are
you,
here
that's
to
the
help.
logic.
All right, coming up next, our man Jeff McClain for his weekly hit.
He's logic.
Talking about the Philadelphia Eagles from the Inquirer and Inquirer.com. The latest with cornerback 2. The latest with the edge rusher, the latest with Landon Dickerson, and a whole lot more to talk about with Jeff McClain and the Philadelphia Eagles. That comes your way next here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Another W for the Phillies. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phils won again yesterday. Their 4th straight victory, a 4-1 win with a late-inning comeback in Cincinnati. They got shut out through the first 7 innings, the Phils did. And then they score 4 in the 8th, all with 2 outs, because of course they did. They're rolling like that right now. Trey Turner talked about the bottom of the lineup coming up big lately.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup. And that's big. That when that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
That audio courtesy of the broadcast on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Taijuan Walker was also impressive. He held the Reds to 1 run in 6 innings of work, helped the Phillies stay in the game early. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40. Ranger Suarez faces Brady Singer. The Eagles got relatively good news on Landon Dickerson yesterday. He does have a meniscus injury, and he will be having a minor knee surgery to repair it, but he's only considered week to week. He still has a chance to potentially play week 1 versus Dallas, so we'll keep you updated on that. In other news, the Eagles offensive lineman Kenyon Green, who was acquired in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade, has a shoulder injury that will likely end his preseason, according to a report from Adam Schefter. We'll talk to Jeff McClain coming up next. This update's brought to you by the local Rheem Pro partners at theRheemTeam.com. When you want your home to feel like a dream, it has to be Rheem. Stay cool with a high-efficiency AC system from Rheem, RHEEM. Find your Rheem Pro partner at theRheemTeam.com. I'm Connor Thomas for your best Birds coverage station, 97.5 The Fanatic.
6 on this Tuesday morning here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. And joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He does a tremendous job covering the Eagles for the Inquirer. You got to experience the new look of Inquirer Sports, where fans can read, watch, and listen to their favorite reporters and columnists. Go to inquirer.com/sports. And, of course, does a great job with the Uncovering the Birds podcast.
I listened to some on the plane.
Oh, is that right?
I 5.5 hours.
The TO story.
Had 5-hour flights. Jeff McClain, it was like he was sitting next to me on the flight. And I don't talk to people on the flights. It was
Jeff
great.
McClain joins us. Jeff, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Hey, I'm sure John doesn't want to sit next to me on a flight in real life.
No, Jeff, it's great because it's one of the only places in the world that I don't talk someone's ear off.
And that's like
it's a plane. I sit there on a plane.
It's the only time I enjoyed sitting next to John Kincade was actually on a plane.
And Andrew tested it out. I don't talk at a blackjack table, church, or in a plane.
Those I haven't experienced yet.
And me and McClain were on the plane together, and you were entertaining me, and it was that was really, really good. Everybody's got to check it out.
Yeah, check out the Uncovering the Birds podcast with Jeff McClain. Jeff, it looks like the Eagles avoided disaster with Landon Dickerson. I know you were there at the open practice. What happened? Because I'm still, there's not great video. Did he get rolled up on, or did he just go down?
Yeah, well, I think it was just kind of like an awkward step that he took. It looked like someone may have stepped on his foot, and that caused his knee to buckle. But honestly, I just saw I don't know if a fan had taken some video of it, and they didn't run. They were running some replays of certain plays during the open practice, not that one, obviously. Right. So not exactly sure what happened, but I do know the end result, and the Eagles feel like they escaped one.
Which is really good news for that. And they talk about this Eagles team being quick healers, Jeff. Do you think that's more attitude, or do you think that they finally have found the secret sauce for a team training-wise and everything to just really keep themselves healthy and recover quickly?
Yeah, I don't know about that, about the quick healing thing. And, I don't think they've unlocked some sort of secret. But, they did change their approach to practices and to workloads several years ago, and kind of reeled back a little bit on that because they felt like maybe guys weren't conditioned enough in that 2023 season. But still, they're among the teams that practice the least in the NFL. Landon Dickerson is his own entity. He's a really tough dude. He's played through multiple injuries throughout his career. Last year, I know for a fact that he had at least 2 or 3 things that he was playing through the entire season with the knee we know about, which he ended up having surgery on. He had pretty much essentially a broken wrist or a broken bone in his wrist. And that's probably what's going to factor into whether he will be able to play by the start of the season. It'll just be kind of pain management, and I wouldn't rule it out.
A couple of weeks ago, Jeff, you told us that there's a chance that the second starting corner opposite of Quinyon Mitchell is not on the Eagles roster. And then not long after you told us that, they make the trade for Jacorian Bennett. Is he in the front seat to win the second cornerback job? How intense of a battle do you think this could end up being toward the start of the season?
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Now, he did take some first-team reps during the last practice. I know he's got experience as a starter. It's going to take a while for him to learn this scheme and what Vic Fangio wants. I think it'd be really tough to put him in there. Keely's been in it for a couple of years. Adori's been around a long time. I know it didn't look good that game. Keely Ringo needs to make that open field tackle. I'm not so certain how often Vic Fangio is going to put Keely Ringo in that kind of cover zero situation. And I think, they'll ultimately probably maybe feel comfortable with either of those guys. You can do a bunch of different things to scheme up and help them. Maybe you don't have Quinyon follow the top receiver as much as you previously had hoped. We'll see. I think with Jacorian Bennett, they gave up Thomas Booker, who was like the 6th or 7th defensive tackle on the roster. So it wasn't like, they went out and got some proven guy that they felt like can come in and really compete for that spot. They're going to give him the opportunity. But most likely it's going to be either Keely or Adori. Maybe something else does happen at that position if they don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 spots. If you're talking about teams that are among the lesser lights in the NFL, I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
Jeff, that's what we talked about this morning with some of our listeners that are a little more cautious about how confident they want to be about the Eagles. I'm challenging people to say, who would they say in the NFC doesn't have weaknesses on their roster? Who doesn't have as strong, who has a stronger roster than the Eagles do? And other than Detroit, potentially, I was having a hard time coming up with anybody.
Yeah, and that's I mean, I don't know if that's objectively the truth, but that's certainly you can make that case. And look, we live in this town, and Eagles fans essentially look at their own team. We can be fragile about that. I not so much. Obviously, John, if you're pointing that out, that may be you as well.
Sure, and that is me.
Look around the rest. Yeah, if you look around the rest of the league, right? I mean, just the conference, the whole entire NFL. I mean, I still don't think there's many rosters that can compete with what the one that Howie Roseman put together. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't going to be weaknesses. It doesn't mean there aren't going to be mistakes that were made, and that doesn't mean that they're not going to do something to upgrade the roster here before the trade deadline in late October. But yeah, cornerback's not the best. They're not great there right now, and I guess safety maybe is the other one you'd be concerned about. I'd look at edge rusher depth as a potentially a larger concern. But every team is going to have weaknesses. They just have to pick their spots at which ones they're going to be the weakest at.
You led me right into my next question, the edge rusher, because that's something that I'm keeping a close eye on. How confident and comfortable are they with Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt leading the charge? Vic Fangio does a great job rotating players on the line of scrimmage, as we know. But something I was talking about yesterday, it was one thing when Josh Sweat and Brandon Graham were out there and then you were rotating in Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. It's another thing when those guys are now the expected starters and you're rotating in somewhat of journeymen now with Azeez Al-Jilari and Josh Uche. How confident and comfortable are they with that edge rusher spot?
Clearly they are, because neither of them played in the preseason game, and I was a little surprised about Jalix. I mean, I know that they have a lot of optimism about him, and he showed promise late last year, but it wasn't like he hasn't played a full season as a starter. Now he'll jump in there as a starter. But okay, we'll see how that plays out. Nolan, I think, did take a giant step last year. Do they have the experience and have they done it at a high level yet? Either of them? No. But if you look at that defensive line, it's the strength isn't on the edges. It's right in the middle, and specifically with one guy, Jalen Carter. And he's going to be eating up double teams, and those guys are going to get singled up on the outside, and the Eagles expect those guys to win, at a certain rate. And, look, if you get singled up enough times, if you don't get chipped or et cetera, then that's going to happen. So I think that's kind of their formula up front. They really like Morojomo and the step that he's taking. He's going to be a really strong second pass rushing defensive tackle. And then you have Jordan Davis. We'll see how that plays out in terms of the weight loss and how that's affecting him as a pass rusher. But that being said, and Vic Fangio says this every time we ask him, there really hasn't been anyone else that's emerged as like the third guy. You can go with 3 and get away with it. Josh Uche is probably going to be the third guy based upon what I've seen so far. And that's not a bad guy to have coming off the bench. But beyond that, Azeez Al-Jilari hasn't really stood out in camp. They have Patrick Johnson coming back. He's shown that he can do it. Kind of more of a special teams guy. So, but it's not like you have kind of a linchpin, a bona fide ace at that edge rusher position, and that's why I wouldn't be surprised to see them do something there. Maybe, see how it plays out in the season, and then as you get closer to the trade deadline.
Jeff, real fast. You covered the Eagles after they went to the Super Bowl with Andy Reid. You've covered the Eagles after they went to the Super Bowl with Nick Sirianni a couple years ago. What's different about this camp? What's different about this team's feel than the other Eagles teams that had visited a Super Bowl or the defending champs of 2017?
Yeah, just not no drama, not much leftover residue from winning a championship with, like, in terms of injuries carrying over into the training camp and the regular season. You know, quarterback position is set, and you don't have, obviously, the T.O. drama in 2005. In 2018, they changed the medical staff. They had Carson Wentz trying to get back to play by the start of the season. That became a huge distraction because they told him he'd have to wait 2 weeks, and all the drama that was associated with that. And then you had, I think, the teams that maybe weren't equipped. You're talking about teams that got back. I'm talking about the teams that got to the Super Bowl. So, that has been the case here. They just have not had anything. I guess Landon Dickerson injuries is the greatest thing that they have had, and even that has turned out to be not that big of a deal as I originally thought. So right now, they're positioned really well for the season, but we still have a few more weeks here before the start, and they still have question marks, so we'll see how it plays out.
Jeff, we appreciate the time as always, man. We'll be listening to that podcast and reading all your work on the Inquirer and Inquirer.com. We always appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, our man Jeff McLean.
Good company on a plane.
Yeah, sure.
I'd suggest it.
Sure. Good work. I like Jeff. Tells it like it is.
Well-dressed man in the press box, too.
It's always important.
It is. So's DeCecco, too. He dresses well.
Right.
They display themselves well. Well, some guys dress like slobs. We have guys in the local media that don't know how to dress.
I'm a man of the slobs.
I'm just saying. They stand out.
It's good work.
There you go.
I'm proud of them. We should do a power ranking of the best dressed.
Believe me, I
Eagles
could do one.
reporters.
I could do one.
All right, coming up next, more on the Birds and maybe more disrespect thrown toward Jalen Hurts. Honestly, I don't think so. We'll talk about it. Dan Orlovsky chimed in on quarterback rankings next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles seem to have dodged a major bullet with the Landon Dickerson injury news that came out yesterday. We were all holding our breath for it, and the report is that he has a meniscus injury and will be having a minor knee surgery to repair it. He's only considered week to week and has a chance to still potentially play week 1 versus Dallas. It should not be a long-term absence for Dickerson, though, and ESPN's Damian Woody, who played offensive guard in the NFL, talked about having the same injury and his recovery from it.
I've had this injury before. I've had this same surgery before. Literally, I've missed one game. And listen, Landon Dickerson is obviously one of the best guards in the National Football League, one of the toughest players that we have in our game.
So that's good news. It sounds like it could have been a lot worse for Dickerson, and the Eagles are having maybe a sigh of relief today. But the question is, if he does have to miss a game or two, what is the plan going forward? We talked to Dave Zangaro of NBC Sports Philadelphia yesterday.
You're already weaker at one of the guard spots after Mekhi Becton leaves, even though Tyler Steen has played pretty well in camp. So if you have to weaken that other guard spot, it's not ideal. We'll see what they decide to do if they need to make that decision. I would think Matt Pryor, the veteran, would likely be the next guy in.
And with Kenyon Green having a shoulder injury that's likely ending his preseason, according to Adam Schefter, and we'll keep an eye on that closely. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
9:44 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the journey. Show number 365, believe it or not.
So we've done an actual calendar year of shows.
That's good. That's correct. Good work. Show number 365. We appreciate everyone for being a part of the journey, including our YouTube chat. You guys are the best. All right. Dan Orlovsky, ESPN.com, ranking NFL quarterbacks by trait.
Okay.
So you sent this to me.
Yes.
And I'll be honest, I don't have a problem with most of it. So
you don't have a problem with most of it?
With most of it.
Really?
So here are the traits that he goes through.
Okay.
Arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, which I just don't care about.
Mechanics is one that I honestly don't think I'm qualified to tell Dan Orlovsky that he's wrong.
Right. And oh, by the way, Patrick Mahomes is not in the top 10.
Yeah, because he doesn't look. He looks like an unfolded lawn chair when he throws.
Yeah, so I don't like.
So
honestly, that's one where like I'm going to
trust. I'm going to trust Orlovsky knows a hell of a lot more about that than I do.
Decision making, pocket presence, rushing ability, and second reaction. Arm strength. Jalen Hurts is not in the top 10 in arm strength. I don't have a problem with it.
No issue there.
No issue at all with that one at all. Not even a question.
Ball placement.
I have an issue.
Not in the top 10. That's
weird.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
His deep ball downfield
is among the best. His sideline over the shoulder is as good as any quarterback in the league. Jaden Daniels, are you freaking kidding me?
Put him at number 2 on this
list.
Are
you kidding me? Jaden Daniels put together his reel of ball placement throws. I could put together a reel from any one season of Jalen Hurts, and it's better. It's ridiculous. That to me is, and hopefully we'll be able to get Dan on. He's busy in the mornings a lot, but I can't get over that one.
Sure.
And Lamar Jackson is 3? Are you kidding me?
He's an accurate passer.
What?
He's an accurate
passer. I understand, but his ball placement is not better than Jalen Hurts, especially if we're talking January.
Well, he's not just talking
January.
Yeah,
I think we're talking
No. But shouldn't that matter? Shouldn't the biggest games matter?
Well, that's not what the
that's
list
not what
No,
it
but
is.
ball placement, shouldn't it matter? The biggest games, biggest opponents, shouldn't that come into your play? Shouldn't that come into play a little bit?
Could be part of it, sure. Decision making with the football. Now, this one's interesting because Hurts comes in at number 9, so he's in the top 10. I can't.
Jaden Daniels again 4?
Well, he was careful with the football last year. Here's where I can't totally knock him, is because there is a reason why the offensive lineman had to go to the coach's office in the Week 5 bye.
Okay.
The turnovers were a problem. Now, they almost completely went away the rest of the season. Part of that's also because they stopped throwing the ball.
Who's 2 ahead of him?
As much. Justin Herbert.
Then done. I'm out.
Well, again,
Justin Herbert.
He's not just basing it off of January.
He only threw 3 interceptions last year or something? 5?
So he's not just basing this off of January.
I understand, but don't biggest moments matter? When you're determining guys' reputations and legacies. Do not biggest moments matter?
Sure, but he has in pocket presence. Like Bryce Young is number 9. Bryce Young has never had a biggest moment because the Panthers stink.
Here's an example, right? If you're ranking power hitters in Major League Baseball, Aaron Judge is 1 or 2 or 3. But if you looked at the postseason, he doesn't hit home runs. Right. It doesn't mean he's not a power hitter.
Right. Exactly.
I got you. I'm still not saying it with Justin Herbert.
By the way, pocket presence, Hurts not in the top 10, which again, happy feet. I can't. And all these things being said, by the way, he's 2 in rushing ability, excuse me, and second reaction ability, he's 5th. All these things, they may sound critical of Hurts, but what ultimately matters is, to what you're trying to say, is what you're doing in the postseason. And so I don't really take exception with any of these, but what truly matters is winning. And that's why these lists, I have not had the same reaction this offseason as I have in years past.
Because you're coming off a parade?
Yeah, and what does it matter now? What do I care that Joe Burrow's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, they can't hurt us anymore.
I say it. I'm one of those people that says Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, Lamar. But what does it matter other than Mahomes? Because the other 3 guys aren't winning. So here's what we'll do next, Johnny, to make you happy.
I didn't ask for this. What are you telling me?
You
Don't even say making me happy.
Don't we sometimes do favors for people even
but you
without
don't need
them
to do
asking?
anything to make me happy on this.
No, coming up next, I want to do our own rankings. And it's the winner gene rankings. We don't have to do 10. We'll just do 5. So you can come up with them. It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The streak continues. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won again yesterday, making it 4 straight victories. It was a 4-1 win in Cincinnati with a late-inning comeback to thank. After getting shut out through the first 7 innings, the Phillies scored 4 in the 8th, all with 2 outs. And a lot of it came from the bottom of the order. Trey Turner talked with the NBC Sports Philadelphia crew about the bottom of the lineup coming up big lately.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup. And that's big. When that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
It wasn't just the offense, though. Taijuan Walker, a really impressive start, holding the Reds to 1 run and 6 innings worth of work to help the Phils stay in the game early. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Ranger Suarez goes to the mound to try and make it 5 straight for the Phils. The Eagles got relatively good news on Landon Dickerson yesterday. He has a meniscus injury and will be having a minor knee surgery to repair it, but he's still considered week to week and has a chance to potentially play week 1 versus the Cowboys. In other injury news for the Birds, Kenyon Green has a shoulder injury, likely ending his preseason. Some more offensive line issues there. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
97.5 The Fanatic. Make sure you tune in at 10 o'clock for the midday show with Ray Dunn. Kevin Cooney in the building as well. Nice to see Kevin in the morning. I always see him at night after I leave like my ESPN shift or something. So I see Kevin Cooney bright and
I don't
early.
see him enough. Yeah, but look forward to seeing him.
Why don't you go out in the hallway and say hi?
I will.
I've gone out there twice.
I was working on my list.
All right.
I'm actually worried about the content of the show.
All right. Well, that's good work by you. So, rankings, lists, you know, whether you care about them, whether you don't care about them, I understand. Not everybody does. It's content, baby. So, Dan Orlovsky did his quarterback traits, The Athletic, where it was interviewed. Like, I don't understand, because I saw some people on YouTube during the break saying, man, this Athletic list is trash. It's not the team of The Athletic doing it. I broke it down for you.
No,
it
was
is
right.
6 current GMs, 6 executives, 6 former GMs.
I think it's a nice balance.
8 current head coaches in the NFL and also coordinators in the NFL. So this isn't, you know, John, Andrew, and Connor.
Correct.
This is people inside the NFL. Now, you may disagree with where they have Jalen Hurts, but these are the people that are inside the league, which is why I take a little bit more stock into lists like that, the one that Jeremy Fowler does, and I'm curious to see what people think. Now, ultimately, does it matter? I'm finding out clearly not, because Jalen Hurts, despite him being out of the top 10 in some, just inside the top 10 in others, my man's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years and is a Super Bowl MVP. So that's why we are going to do our list of the winner gene, as you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, 8 Beasley, Media Group Station, broadcasting live from Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. So here's what we'll do. John, you go first, 5-1. We will not comment until we all give our lists. Yes.
Burrow 5, Jackson 4, Hurts 3, Allen 2, Mahomes 1.
And this is the winner gene.
The winner gene.
Go ahead, Connor.
All right. I have Allen 5. I have Stafford 4. Burrow 3. Hurts 2. Mahomes 1.
All right. I have Burrow 5. I have Stafford 4. I have Allen 3. And the only reason why Allen is 3 and not ahead of Jalen Hurts is because Hurts 1. Hurts 2. Mahomes 1. Josh Allen, I'm glad that we all have him. Where'd you have him?
I have him 2.
All right. And you had him 5. You had him 5. You had him low.
Because unlike the other guys, Josh Allen has not had the surrounding cast.
And not just that. Josh Allen has lost to Patrick Mahomes, right?
Correct. Yes. With no surrounding cast compared to the other guys.
His career playoff numbers.
They're ridiculous.
25 touchdowns to 4 picks. He's done it all on the ground as well. He has 7 total rushing touchdowns in his playoff career. So 32 total touchdowns to 4 interceptions, and I'm trying to see if he lost a fumble. 2 lost fumbles. So combined 32 touchdowns to 6 turnovers, and ultimately it's Kansas City that stands in his way every single time.
And I would ask you, Josh Allen put up against Burrow, put up against Jackson, put up against Hurts, put up against Mahomes. The other 4 on my list. He has absolutely gone to the OK Corral with a pea shooter.
Yeah.
Compared to those other guys. And he still manages to go toe-to-toe, falls short in the end.
Right.
But it's not because of him.
Right. Now,
it's not because of his performance.
I don't have Lamar in the top 5.
Didn't even think about it.
See, I do.
You have him in there. Now, here's the reason why, because I did want to do a little bit of research without just giving, off the top of my head opinion. Lamar Jackson deserves all the credit in the world for being as talented as he is. He's an MVP and, Offensive Player of the Year. He's a stud. And I still believe the Ravens should be the team coming out of the AFC this year. 10 touchdowns to 7 picks in his playoff career.
Not great.
Also 4 lost fumbles.
Not great either.
So he has a total of 3 rushing touchdowns. So combine that with your 10 touchdown passes. That's 13 total touchdowns to 11 turnovers. That is not good. That's not good.
Certainly not good.
And there's a reason why he loses in the first round or second round almost every single year in the playoffs. And it's a shame because he's so good and he is so much fun to watch, but the results are the results.
I think that his offense could absolutely be better. I think that a lot of times, if you look, his running game has not been what it was this past year.
Right.
He has not had that running game. Now they've got it. I think also, too, he's had always like the one receiver. He's had like the one guy.
Yeah.
He's never had the complementary.
I don't love their receivers this year.
No,
either.
I don't love them either. But I still think they're good. They're good enough.
Yeah.
They're good enough. But that's where I put it. That's where I put it. And Joe Burrow, to me, I wanted to put Stafford. I wanted to leave Burrow off because Joe Burrow he's had running game. He's had weapons, and he can win in the regular season. People always say, "Well, that offensive line." We can put up the numbers and can put up the things in the regular season.
Yeah, but I put him at 5 because
he got to a Super Bowl.
He's the only guy in the last 7 years that was able to do something.
Yep. That's why he's at 3 for
or
me.
However many years it was.
Winning at Kansas City?
Beating the Chiefs and knocking them out.
Yeah.
How many straight Super Bowls have the Chiefs been?
Well, Hurts did it too. I mean, but that's I
know, but I'm saying AFC.
Oh, you mean
he's
AFC.
He's the only guy.
I get you.
Yeah.
No, I give it the reason I put him on and I said was because of the fact that they went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So give him that.
So clearly
give him that
you're a
respect
winner if you're getting to
right.
the
And
Super Bowl.
Stafford's just off that list to me.
I put him at 4 just because.
And I love Matthew, but it was just off that list.
I got you. But
that's
he won
that's a good exercise.
He won the Super Bowl, which is why I got to put him ahead of Joe Burrow.
And I had Burrow. I had a little arrow between Burrow and Stafford saying interchangeable.
Sure.
Like we can make that argument.
And so this.
And I sort of put the Allen Hurts thing as almost interchangeable, but there's nothing that Jalen Hurts has won that I don't think that Josh Allen would have won.
Sure.
There's nothing that Patrick Mahomes has won that I don't think Josh Allen would have won.
Sure.
That's the thing.
But this list, it's funny. I don't see many ranking lists like this done nationally.
No.
Because they always want to do, all right, who's better, this player or that player. And I know it's hard to try to figure out who's got winning genes and who doesn't. But sometimes it's just a feel thing. And Jalen Hurts, you have that feel. The dude is a winner. And so you can give me every ranking in the world that he doesn't have a top 10 arm, which I don't disagree with. I didn't disagree with a lot of the things that Dan Orlovsky said. I disagree with the ball placement because I've seen Jalen Hurts throw pillows down the sideline. But for the most part, Jalen Hurts, the reason why Justin Herbert gets so much love, it's laughable, but the prototype thing, tall, strong, fast, arm strength, all that kind of stuff, there is a reason why GMs would say Justin Herbert ahead of Jalen Hurts because of the prototype. But then there's also real-life data that shows you when Justin Herbert plays in the playoffs.
He's terrible.
Versus when Jalen Hurts plays in the playoffs. That's why Herbert is nowhere near this top 5 list.
How about Justin Herbert has, honestly, 2 of the worst quarterback moments of this century, where the lead he blew in his first playoff game against Jacksonville, blowing a 20-point lead at halftime, and then last year's performance where he just kept throwing to the other team, and if you look at the throws, 3 of them, you just say, what the hell is he thinking?
That? Yeah, one of the passes was deflected, but the other 3, you're wondering what the hell happened. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, so we have a lot of people checking in on the Eagles conversations we have been having throughout the program, and we have some Jalen Hurts hate. This texter says Hurts threw behind both Dotson and Devontae in the Super Bowl. He was not good versus Green Bay or the Rams. He's not throwing to Ladd McConkey. If Hurts was on the Chargers, they don't make the playoffs.
Oh, there's a lot of Hurts dislike and distrust there.
Really? Interesting.
I didn't get the same feel about the Dotson and A.J. Brown stuff.
Yeah, don't really get it. Don't get that.
I can't think of many bad throws in the Super Bowl.
Bad throws in the Super Bowl. A.J. Brown dropped one at the goal line against the remember the Rams game?
Yeah.
That game would not even been close. If A.J. Brown doesn't drop the ball right in his hands at the goal line, there's another touchdown. If Dotson gets into the end zone, that ends up being a touchdown tush push.
Sure.
That should have been a touchdown pass, but it ends up at the
it was at the 1 yard line.
I mean, but again, he doesn't care about stats.
No.
He doesn't give a damn about those at all.
And they won the Super Bowl.
Wow, that's really interesting.
That's wild, man. We're in August.
That's really interesting.
And we're still questioning it, but
wow.
That's sports talk, baby.
There it is.
All right, coming up next. I needed an excuse to talk about something that was on my mind yesterday.
Okay. And you were with Freddie Coleman, too, in the afternoon. You had me in the morning and Freddie in the afternoon.
That's right, man. So I thank Myles Garrett for getting pulled over because this was the excuse I needed. I will use a story from sports to ask a question about everyday life because I think we can all relate to it, Johnny.
Did you get pulled over on the way home?
No. But even rule followers like you can attest to this. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your afternoons...
Before I get to this Myles Garrett and then my life question for you guys, I always like to skim through the YouTube chat during the commercial break, and they were enjoying the conversation, it seemed, of the winner gene. But somebody took exception to me, and who else had Stafford in the top five?
I did.
All right. Took exception to Stafford being in the top five. And somebody said that Stafford is glazed. He's glazed over, right? You would love Matt Stafford.
I think a lot of people give him a lot of praise. I think the media loves Matt Stafford.
Yes. Now, here's the deal. He is a Super Bowl champion.
He is.
Just like Jalen Hurts is.
He college underachiever.
But
he was a big-time college underachiever.
Sure. Won it with a superstar roster.
He did.
Much like Jalen Hurts did. And I don't think we take anything away from Hurts, most of us, right? Like,
a little different situation, but I'll give it to you. Different, totally different. I think totally different.
Totally different?
Yeah. That was like a super team put together.
Well, the Eagles
last year not
Eagles
for the
had
Birds?
a super team.
No, the Eagles were a team that was built.
AJ,
the Eagles were a team
Saquon.
the Eagles were a team that was built and drafted and put
they
together.
didn't build it the same way, but they both
it
were
was
still
the Rams was a put together team for pretty much. The Rams were the Florida Marlins.
Okay.
Twice. That was the Rams were a Florida Marlins team. Nothing like the Eagles. There's no comparison.
Now, the other thing they bring up is he only has 5 career playoff wins, but I can't blame him totally for Detroit. Like,
wait a minute, what are you blaming them for Detroit for? These people?
I don't know.
Like, that's crazy.
That organization was
were horrible,
a joke. And if it wasn't for him and Calvin Johnson, like, there would have been more bags on the heads inside the stadium. So I don't know. That's just my
Here's the way that I looked at it is just like if you're in a playoff game or a Super Bowl or something, who are the quarterbacks that you feel best having under center in those moments? And like Stafford would be one of those guys where I'm like, this dude is not going to cost you a game. He could help you win one, and he's going to do all the right things.
Can I just remind the people that they were a Tyler Higbee slip away from winning?
Oh no, they were going to win that game. They were honestly.
Like, I let's not rewrite the record books here. Like, the Eagles won.
Well, I don't know. It's as much as that is the Jalen Carter saved the season.
He saved the season, and then Higbee the next play slipping.
I think Jalen Carter had the most important play.
Absolutely.
Of the entire run.
You could make that case, yeah. Because if he doesn't get that sack, it's ball game.
Because you're not coming. You don't think they're coming down with those conditions and getting in field goal range?
Oh, come on, dude. They're running the Saquon 80-yard touchdown
With Jake
play
the
again.
make?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think.
All right. Myles Garrett got pulled over for the 800th time in his life.
Oh, my gosh. It's incredible. The combined speeds that he's been pulled over at, do you know?
Well,
I'm reading this. Cleveland Plain Dealer. He's got 8 speeding tickets as a Brown. Okay? Do you know the combined speeds he's been pulled over?
I'm going to guess triple dig because it was 40 over his most recent.
No, not 40 over.
No, his most recent he was driving 100 in a 60.
I understand, but that's not his. So the 8 tickets as a Brown is combined. He is driving, when he's pulled over, he is driving 31 miles over the speed limit.
Oh, okay.
That's freaking. He is a wreck. That is a guy who is a wreck.
Yeah.
He is a terror. He should not have a license.
Probably not.
He should not have a driver's license.
All right, so now I have a question for everybody that does have a driver's license. If I become president one day, I'm going to make a new rule. One change. Just one change.
What's that?
And I think I'm on to something here. And I don't think I can get pushback for this. Because you're a Mr. Rule follower, John. Right?
I try to be. Like, I mean, if there's rules, if I don't like a rule, I try to get it changed.
Okay.
But I try to follow the rules as they exist, and I don't whine about if a rule exists. I don't say, well, all right, I don't like the rule.
What is on average you believe your speed on, what do you take to get here?
I take the Schuylkill.
All right, what do you think is your average
Okay,
speed?
so is a Schuylkill where it is, if I'm driving in a 65 zone, I'd say my average speed is like 73.
All right. Now you're breaking a rule.
Oh, I know.
Speed limit is 65.
Correct. That is correct. And I'm getting blown off the road.
I know.
And I am in the right lane, and I am only passing on the left.
Damn right.
So I stay out of the left lane, so I'm not our friend Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports.
Drive slow in the left lane because
I get over.
Sure.
And then I get to the left, I'll get past somebody, and I'll get over.
So if I'm president, because I think we all follow the same rule of thumb.
What's that?
Yeah, 9 you're fine.
9 you're fine.
10 you're mine.
I am making
you like that. That's a good one.
I'm making speed limits 65 to 74 signs. Like it's 65 to 74 instead of speed limit 65 because we all agree.
Speed range.
Speed range. Thank you. I am changing in the United States of America speed limit signs to speed range.
See
signs.
now here's the thing is that we don't have it here in Pennsylvania, but we had it in Georgia. which I think we should have, on 285, 85, and 75 in Georgia. If I'm driving to work in the morning on the Schuylkill or on 202, 202 would be not 55, it would be 65.
Yes.
Because it's open.
Correct.
They digitally change the speed limits. So they do it by the volume of cars.
They do that on 76.
They
do that on 76.
I didn't know if they. I thought they only do it if there's accidents.
Usually
I thought it's only if there's accidents.
Doesn't matter. Speed limit might be 45. You're going 20 miles an hour on it.
No, but anyway. I mean, is they literally have it so by volume of traffic.
Sure.
They change the speed limit.
Yeah.
So that way, if it's wide open, if it's late at night, you can do 70 in areas.
Now let me ask you a couple of questions.
Yes.
And I want YouTube to chime in on this as well because I appreciate YouTube being able to immediately respond. When you're driving in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, 2 over is the max I go.
In a what?
In a 25.
No, 25 you do not hit 30 in a 25.
27 is like my max.
Yes.
I'll push like 31, 32.
No, you do not.
In a 35, I will go 40. But in a 55 or 65, it's the 9 mile an hour. Why is the rule different?
Because in a 25, why
it's
are
not
you
a rule?
Why is it 25? A 25 is only
residential.
Is resident or school zone.
School zone, yeah.
15 25s are school zones. So you're either in residential or school zones. And you sure as hell shouldn't be doing 30-something driving through those areas where you could be having a kid because I know somebody who a family member hit a kid after hours.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, the kid lived, but they hit a kid. And it was a very expensive process and a criminal process.
Yeah. So
because they were doing like 37 or something like that.
Mopar checks in. Most state troopers or highway patrolmen do not pull you over 10 miles over. That's a fact. They couldn't care less, which is why if I'm President of the United States of America, I would make a speed range sign.
The problem is once I see 74 at the top part of that range.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you.
No, because now it's clear.
I bet you we could find it on YouTube. I went to and contested something on the Atlanta news, and they put it on the news about that. I'll bring it up with you. They actually did a story on the news.
Aaron Kincade.
Where I think they bait you into tickets.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely
I'm going to tell you how they do, though.
Dude, I got one here.
Well, I'm going to tell you how they bait you
I got one here. Trust me, I know all about it. All right, coming up next, we'll hear that. Also, Phillies. If you want a sense of what the path to the World Series could look like, we will give that to you next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils win their 4th straight. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phils won again yesterday, 4-1 after a late inning comeback in Cincinnati after getting shut out through the first 7 innings. The Phils scored 4 in the 8th, and all of them came with 2 outs. It was one heck of a rally, and some of it came from the bottom of the order, who have been big lately. Trey Turner talked about it after the game on the NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast.
Last series and today, whoever's hitting, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has really been pulling the lineup, and that's big. That when that length's there, that's really important. They got us going in that 8th innings, and that's how we've been able to win a lot of these games.
And we got to give some credit to Taijuan Walker on the mound as well. He held the Reds to 1 run over 6 innings worth of work, and he helped the Phillies stay in the game in a big way when they were getting shut out. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Ranger Suarez faces Brady Singer. Eagles got some good news on Landon Dickerson yesterday. He has a meniscus injury and will be having a minor knee surgery to repair it. You might be like, where's the good news? Well, he's only considered week to week and has a chance to still potentially play week 1 versus Dallas. Another injury news, Kenyon Green has a shoulder injury, likely ending his preseason for the Eagles. That according to Adam Schefter. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas, and your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Eagles defensive coordinator.
Series discussion, and I need your speed traps.
I love it. Yeah, they do it. They lure you into tickets.
First, congratulations to my man Johnny Connor. You know Johnny, the catcher of the Gloucester County Royals. He and his wife Meg welcomed Delaney into the world last night. 8:14 p.m. time of birth, which was right around the time Kyle Schwarber hit his 2-run shot.
Big time stuff.
Excellent.
Congrats,
That's
Johnny.
great work. So congratulations to them. Very happy for them both. They were the ones that went to Clearwater, and I was giving them all the tips for
that's fantastic.
places to go to. They
That's
went
a
there,
beautiful thing.
They went there for
is
the
that
baby
first child?
moon. First child, yep.
He's also the guy who caught 9 innings for me because Salciunas didn't show up.
Damn right, man.
That's beautiful
Johnny,
stuff. Congratulations.
Johnny's that backstop. He gets back there every single week. Another thing, for the first time, Johnny.
Yeah?
In 2025.
What's that?
I just saw a promotion of the NBA on NBC, man.
Round ball. What's it called? Round ball.
Round Ball Rock. Yeah.
Round Ball
Rock. They have the opening day tip-off. We're starting to get the schedule leaks and all that kind of stuff. But
schedule leaks from the NBA.
Yeah, well,
82 games.
Got the Christmas Day. We have Rockets, Thunder, and Warriors, Lakers. By the way,
schedule leaks from an 82-game schedule. Please stop.
By the way, the NBA doing Kevin Durant dirty.
Why?
Because it's banner night in OKC.
Yeah, that's
and they're
tough.
having him and the Rockets go to OKC to start the season. But I love that the NBA on NBC is back. That's great, man.
No, it is good. Except they're having. I heard that they hired Michael Jordan as an analyst.
They hired who?
I think they hired Michael Jordan as an analyst.
He's going to be a part of stuff.
Because he's terrible.
Yeah, he's really bad.
He's terrible.
Yeah, but he's not a color analyst on a game. I think he's doing stuff with like.
Yeah, but he's going to be in studio.
Probably
because he's terrible.
Yeah. Well,
unless
it's gambling.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's gambling, it could work.
He might be just fine.
If it's gambling, it could work.
Yeah, Gretzky doesn't say that much on the NHL stuff, but he has a good crew around him that sets him up for interesting things.
Yeah, look, it comes down to the stories. The Sundays with Schmidt was horrible the first 2 years.
Gosh.
And then they realized, you know what? Schmidt's here, let's tell stories. And it changed that broadcast drastically for them. But the first couple of years when they were just asking him to analyze the game, it was...
No, he doesn't watch the Saturday.
Right, it was rough. But when they have him on now just to talk about his time, it's better.
There you go.
What's your speed trap?
All right, quick, just be careful of
because
this.
Karen Kincade...
When you're on No. When you're on... I'm saving people speeding tickets. When you're on 95, when you're on the Schuylkill, whatever, you watch the digital boards.
Yes.
And sometimes they will tell you, to King of Prussia, 7 miles.
Sure.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
It'll tell you on 95 to 476. It'll tell you 6 miles, 5 minutes. The speed limit's 55 posted. You can't possibly go 6 miles in 5 minutes.
I see what you're saying.
They're luring you into speeding.
Oh, you think that's a trap?
Yes. They're absolutely advertising that you are to speed. Because you can't possibly, because if it's 55 miles an hour and I can look right on my dashboard, it actually digitally tells me what the speed limit is in the zone that I'm in.
Yeah.
And I'll glance down and I'll go, wait a minute. It's telling me 6 miles in 5 minutes, but wait, it's 55 mile an hour speed limit. I can do the math.
Is this a Kincade theory or has this been confirmed?
No, it's confirmed. They will tell you that. You can take pictures of it yourself.
No, I know the math doesn't add up, but I don't think they're urging people to speed with the
Well, what are
billboards
they
that give you
doing? If
info.
they're telling you if you're in a 55 mile an hour zone and they're telling you that it'll say a distance is 7 miles away and the travel time is 6 minutes, they are urging you to speed. They're telling you to speed.
I think the thought is just letting people know the general time it'll take you to go a distance.
Which is speeding. So they're saying you're speeding. Go speed.
Look,
God, I love you, Johnny.
It's the random stuff that we pick up on.
Just telling you. Be careful.
All right. Interesting question that John Kincade posed on post-show headlines yesterday. And I think I gave the best answer that you could have possibly gotten, John. You asked me.
You did do a really good answer to this one.
Hell yeah, I always do.
No.
You asked me if I'm somebody that wants the race for the division to go toward the end of the season.
Yeah, and I'm not talking, it doesn't have to go down to the last day.
Right.
But
And you're not even talking, you're not talking entertainment. You're talking players take the foot off the gas pedal a little bit.
Where like the last week of the year, the Phillies play the Marlins and the Twins.
Right.
Do you want the division already wrapped up where Rob Thompson is resting people and they're coasting into the playoffs?
Right. So my answer to John is yes, I would love the division be wrapped up, but that does not mean the first round bye is. And I think that bye changes a lot for teams so that you don't have that last week and a half of the season, 2 weeks in some cases, like the Phillies in 2011, where you're resting guys. And we've seen that impact.
It doesn't work for a lot of teams.
Right. Remember, one of the reasons why the whole 1-seed drama started with like the Braves, because the Phillies knocked them out twice, it's not just that the Braves had the 1 seed in the bye. It's that they were able to coast, not in 22, because that was the year where them and the Mets both had 100 wins, right? But 23, they were able to coast like into the bye and then had the bye, and they had this slow offensive performance. So I think the bye week actually kind of helps teams stay engaged throughout the rest of the season.
Like last year, again, we saw 2 teams with the bye go to the World Series.
Right.
We saw the Astros beat the Phillies in the World Series with the bye.
Yeah, that goes out the window.
So the bye stuff, the talk of the bye being a bad thing is false.
Well, it doesn't go out the window. It shows you can win with the bye, right? It's not a immediate death sentence if you get one of the buys, but there are pitfalls that we've seen with other teams.
I just don't want to use it as an excuse. Ever.
Right.
Like
but
if
you do have
team,
to manage
if my team is one of the top 2 teams in the National League and they lose in the first round, I will be upset.
Well, more teams go to the World Series with the bye than don't. So if you get the bye, you're more likely to go to the World Series than you're not.
Now,
so
if
get the bye.
If the season were to end today, man, this is dangerous.
Okay.
If the season were to end today, the Phillies have the first round bye because they are
as the 2
seed behind the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers would play the winner of. There's no reseeding. It's just winner of. The Brewers play the winner of the Cubs and Padres. The Phillies play the winner of the Dodgers or Mets.
I'd rather play Dodgers-Mets winner. I'd rather be the 2 seed in that situation. I would rather play the winner of Dodgers-Mets than play the winner of the Padres and the Cubs.
Now the Padres, I fear
no
the Padres.
shot.
I fear the
You
Padres.
really? I think the Padres.
Do.
I hate the Padres bullpen, and the way the Phillies bats can go cold. The Padres have a literal toolkit.
Yeah,
to shut down teams.
But you're getting caught up with a piece of a team versus the Dodgers, and the Mets have had your number pretty much.
The Phillies have had the Dodgers number.
Yeah,
the Phillies have. As close to you can say owned a team, the Phillies have owned the Dodgers in the modern era.
In the regular season, and of course we all know about 08-09. Yeah,
they play them really well.
I'm not getting fooled by that. I don't want any piece of LA. I want them dead. I don't want to play them.
Wow.
Do you want a piece of the Mets?
Nope.
Wow. You're scared
really?
of the Mets? You're not going to lose the division to the Mets. You're scared of them.
We're not talking about the division. Are the Mets a team? Okay, guess what? People in Atlanta had this conversation in 23. All right? After the Phillies knocked them out in 22.
Sure.
Well, I'm not scared of the Phillies again. The Braves are the better team.
Oh, what happened to Chesty Connor?
It's not Chesty, dude. You have plenty of other opportunities of teams that do not have the blind faith that they can beat you anytime, anywhere. And the Mets have that. Now, the Phillies are the better team, but I don't want to play a team, 1, that has the faith from just last year that they can beat you, and 2, the Dodgers are a super team.
Okay, well, then you can't discount the Phillies and the Dodgers then. You poo-pooed the Phillies' dominance of the Dodgers, and then you just played to the Mets' dominance of the Phillies.
Well,
you can't do it with one team.
No, I can.
No, you can't.
Because, John, the Dodgers are their own entity. All right, they still are. People might have forgotten because of injuries.
The Dodgers tend to come up short more than they come up big. More than they come up big, they come up short.
That don't play anymore.
What do you mean? Just because of last year?
Yeah, once you win one, I would not want to mess around with the Dodgers.
Wow, I tell you, I'd be fine with that. I'm not intimidated.
But it's a double-edged sword because then you could get the Padres, who I am fearful of the Padres, Connor.
They don't really scare me. I don't know.
Wow,
they scare me.
Do you like their lineup better than the Phillies?
No,
their batting order.
They got a good
not
lineup.
Really. I mean,
they got a good lineup.
It's comparable.
Here's the one thing I got to see.
I think it's more than comparable.
I want to see if it's still as bad.
It's deeper than the Phillies. It's a deeper lineup than the Phillies. Here's
the one thing that you might have gone for it.
What's
Let me
that?
See when the Fernando Tatis Jr.
Uh-huh.
You know he has 2 home runs hit since June 24th.
Really?
There's something up. Well, maybe he's not using PEDs anymore.
Well, then that could be part of it.
What was it? The hair fungus cream that
I forget what it even was.
By the way, what is hair fungus?
I don't know, but he has 2 home runs hit since June 24th.
Wow.
Power there is. He's got 17 home runs this year.
We're going to find out.
But 2 since then.
There's huge series coming up. I mean, you got the beginning of September before the Eagles kick off, the series at the Brewers, and then 2 weeks later, the series at the Dodgers. It's going to be.
Yeah, give me Padres, Brewers. That's the path. That's the one I want.
Wow. I don't want to go to the Brew Crew, even though you could take over that stadium.
You absolutely could. We talked about that yesterday, too.
They can take over that stadium, though. You can buy tickets there.
Coming up next, we'll check our text line. We have the Key 3 and a whole lot more here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philly fan.
Stupid. Have you pulled that for us yet, Connor?
Do I need to? You guys are doing it yourself.
Yes,
I laugh every time I hear that.
Every time. Bill's classic. But
it is funny.
Unfiltered's on a nice roll.
Damn right it is.
By the way,
We're not stupid.
The gang at the golf club, they watch Unfiltered every afternoon.
Oh, that's awesome.
They may like Silvana the most, but they do enjoy Ricky and Bill too. They're doing a nice job. Check it on out.
What you got there over there, Captain?
It is a Ricola.
Oh, you got a little scratchy throat?
Yeah, a little scratchy. Ricola.
Oh, you telling me that now? Haley's been out sick for a month.
Oh, stay away from me.
And now all of a sudden you got Ricola.
Dude, I came to work doing chemo. I'm not freaking sick.
Doesn't mean you can't get us
with a
sick.
Scratchy. I'm not sick.
Yeah, right.
For God's sakes.
Stay away from us.
Got a scratchy throat.
Oh, if you're not sick, then the Ricola is a waste.
Scratchy throat.
Speaking of Unfiltered, real quick, I'll be on co-hosting with Bill tomorrow, so I'm not with you guys tomorrow morning.
What?
What?
You're not with us?
No.
Really? Oh my gosh,
you've been
that's
getting a lot of
terrible.
mic time these last couple mornings. Something must be up.
I've been hearing about that.
I got a tweet. I get it. Obviously, changes are coming here at the station, and one of our tweets is Connor's been getting a lot of mic time these last two mornings.
Something's up.
It's noticeable. Something's up.
I think Connor's actually spoken less on the mic.
Connor literally said he didn't chime in the first 3 segments of the show. I love it. Like, people are, man, what are they going to do?
If you just want to tell Connor to shut up, you can say that. I'll turn my mic off.
No, he wasn't complaining that
I know. I'm messing around.
Hey, I got to tell you, the gang at the golf club thought Connor, when he was in before, back in the day when they were before Unfiltered started, they were stumping for Connor.
Hell yeah, man!
Saying how great Connor
Connor
was.
did a tremendous job.
I was trying to talk them out of it.
When he stopped,
huge fans.
When he stopped talking to us.
I
yeah,
appreciate
Connor,
my few fans and many haters. Thank
Connor,
you, everybody.
Connor forgets us.
Yeah, he forgot about us real good.
Yeah, he forgot.
Who are you again?
Yep, exactly. All right, what do we got on the text line this morning, Connor?
Okay, let me add a little more mic time.
Sorry to our man, JM, my biggest fan. We are not carrying the Michael Clay press conference today.
Oh, darn.
But we will carry the Patullo press conference tomorrow.
So we have something that you guys asked Jeff McClain about with the injury to Landon Dickerson and the recovery time. Mm-hmm. And this texter chimes in and says, Eagles are, quote-unquote, quick healers. Secret sauce, also in quotes. And they say, laughable. Just admit it. They have been injury-blessed for 3 years now.
Oh, no, I know who sent this. I know who sent that.
Did you get a text and tweet?
I had a tweet
Double
with
barrel?
this. I had a tweet with this yesterday, giving me this. I always say it's one of our favorite tweeters, and I just got to find out. I make sure I know it is. He tweets all the time.
You're getting double barreled, bro.
Yeah, this is constantly that he was telling me this yesterday. You got to admit that the Eagles are just the luckiest team in all the sports. That's the only reason they won the Super Bowl. They're just lucky. I'll find out who it is.
So I'm guessing not an Eagles fan is my
No, he
assumption.
constantly, whenever we say, we're constantly.
Look, luck does play a factor, right? Like
every team.
Like Landon Dickerson, it was unlucky what happened to him the other day because it looked like a fluke injury, but he is lucky that he's not missing an extended period of time.
Correct.
Do I believe maybe the data that they have with sports science and sports health, maybe they're ahead of the curve with some teams?
That they do a
Sure.
good job of that? Yes.
I mean, the results speak for themselves, as healthy as they were in 2022 and as healthy as they are now. But if we're talking about luckiest team in the world, remind me, when they won the Super Bowl, were they healthy in Super Bowl 52?
No.
Yeah, they were only down their quarterback
in fact,
and
they were like the
tackle
most unluckiest team that year, pretty much.
But they won. And so I can give you 2 Super Bowl champions, the only 2 times in franchise history where the health was drastically different for both teams. And they won both of them.
They can find their way.
What else we got on the text line?
All right. We also have another check-in on the Eagles conversation where Lou from Langhorne wants to talk about that Ravens potential matchup. And he says, just imagine the level of justifications we'd hear if the Eagles beat the Ravens in the Super Bowl. All that Lamar versus Hurts stuff and everything that we'd get.
Yeah. I mean, look, that would be a great matchup.
I would love to see. Look, the game last year was awesome.
It was awesome. The Cooper DeJean spearing Derrick Henry to the ground. Like, that was nuts.
I mean, it was awesome. It was fantastic. It was so much fun.
And look, the Eagles, the Ravens have a better defense, but I think the Eagles have better weapons.
Bev had 29.
Oh, yeah, dude. He's all the time, man.
It's Bevhead29.
That's
who sent that text.
He's got the dog with the Bulls jersey as his profile
yes,
picture,
exactly.
right?
That's Bevhead.
I've been interacting with that guy for 11 years.
And he goes, they even get luckier again if they got a 4-leaf clover up their butts.
There's like 3 guys that you tell me the handle, I know what their profile picture
There it is. Yeah, because we love them. We love interacting with them,
absolutely.
but you know the minute I see the thing, you know what it's going to be.
Bevhead dropped a line that you get all the time.
What's that? You're very
I hate
handsome?
agreeing with John.
Oh, I
but
get that, yes.
Bevhead dropped I hate agreeing with Andrew because I never do, but I got that the other day.
I think he agrees.
That's a proud moment.
The strange thing is I think he agrees with me more than you, which is strange.
Hell yeah, man.
Because we don't get a lot of that.
Because you guys are both psychos. What else we got on the text line?
So Sean chimes in on that conversation we were having about the potential playoff path for the Fightins. And he says, I'd rather play the Dodgers than the Mets. Mets, for some reason, scare me more. I think it's because of last year. If there are 2 teams I want to avoid early, it's the Mets and the Cubs.
I'm telling you right now, I would take the Mets 1,000 times out of 1,000 before I take the Dodgers.
I would take the Mets over the Dodgers anytime.
I understand where he's coming from, the fear and all that kind of stuff. But the talent's not even close. Like,
right. Dodgers are DEFCON 1, stay away, do not touch.
Yeah, like, don't give me because of last year's experience, it sucked. Trust me. I freaking hate the Mets. But I'm not even doing the whole, I want the Mets so that we can win this time. No, I don't want the Dodgers.
Though, people aren't watching the Brewers. I'm convinced that people are just not watching the Brewers. They're just saying, the Brewers, they're not real. The Brewers aren't real. They're just not watching.
I don't trust their pitching in the playoffs.
They're not. They're just. If it wasn't 4 months of it, it's different. They are playing the best baseball, their best fundamental baseball. Sure. They're a really, really strong team.
Here's what I'll tell you.
When they get bounced like the O's did in the first round, we'll revisit.
They are the only team in baseball that I can tell you the way they're playing right now, there is no way that they will play to this level in the postseason.
Now, the thing is, Connor, on that, the pace that they're playing right now, I would agree with you, but it's
That's a red flag, though.
They're the only team in baseball with 2 10-game win streaks.
Yeah.
So they've already shown you that, most teams' 10-game win streak is usually the best win streak in baseball that year. They've now done 2 of them.
Yeah, just the gut feeling when you see a team that hot in August is something's going to go wrong.
By the way, the Andrew Vaughn, Luis Robert case continues. Vaughn was the guy on the White Sox that got traded.
Sure.
He was having a horrible year, and we wonder, all right, is it because he's not a good baseball player, or is he beaten down by playing for the White Sox, right? And, you've been critical of Luis Robert with that.
Sure.
Andrew Vaughn this year was batting 189 with the White Sox with 5 home runs. Since joining the Brewers, now 26 games, he's hitting .352 with 7 home runs, 4 doubles. He has 10 more RBI in half as many games. It's unbelievable. Like, he may have just needed a change of scenery, and who knows about Luis Robert. We'll find out.
Luis Robert, again, if you're not a professional, you're not a professional. There's lots of guys who played for bad teams.
Was Andrew Vaughn not
for
a
years and
professional?
years and years? And it could be a small sample size or otherwise. Yeah, but no, that's what I'm going to say to you, is that if you get so beaten, I'm just not liking coming to work. I'm not liking coming to work here. Then you're pretty mentally soft.
Well,
that's what I'm going to say.
That was me this morning. Time now for the key three best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
I said it again. I'll say it over and over again. I thought by Memorial Day, by the time Memorial Day Monday comes, I think we'll be saying the division race is over, and we'll be talking about just the seeding. During the month of September, we'll be able to focus on the divisional race, the seeding, and be able to focus on the birds. That's what we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at the birds and then saying what's it going to be for October, because I don't see a September to remember for the Phillies. I just don't see it right now.
Let's move aside us. Let's go to the national media, Johnny, because you sent me something yesterday.
Yes.
USA Today did their 2025 NFL record projection.
Now, all their writers from all around the country.
Correct. They all compiled whatever the information that they have, their beliefs, their opinions, and your Philadelphia Eagles via the Team of USA Today, will be going 12-5 this season, which is good for the number 1 seed in the NFC. So, if you've been following along the journey here on Kincade and Salciunas, when the schedules came out throughout the NFL, there were a couple of things that we said on this show before any national media member chimed in. So, for all the, you guys are homers, you guys do this every single year, blah, 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 I believe we had the Eagles around 11 and 12 wins.
I had 12.
And I believe we said that might just be enough in this conference this year.
I don't see 6 losses on the schedule. I do not. I do not see 6 losses. I do not think this team loses 6 games. But then again, I think, I know you and Connor both are very much on. I do not like that Packers spot. It's like one. I do not like that Packers spot.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that I don't think it falls well. I love how the games are spaced out. The big games are spaced out. I don't see this team losing 6 games. So I look at things differently.
Hey, mixing in some Phillies as well after another win yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds. Kyle Schwarber, another 2-run home run yesterday. 42 home runs on the season, 97 RBI, and continues to be a big reason why this Phillies team is 20 games over 500, which is why I continue to make the case for him to win NL MVP.
What do you think the odds are?
I think Ohtani's going to win, and I think.
Do you think it's just the PR campaign of Ohtani is?
Yeah, I think it's going to be injustice because he needs a good PR campaign. Since July 27th, Nick Castellanos is 8 for 49, which is a 163 batting average. He has 2 home runs and no other extra base hits. So 8 hits, 6 of which are singles, and then the 2 home runs, he has walked 1 time and has struck out 14 times. So a batting average of 163 and on base of 180. I still believe he should be your everyday right fielder.
So do I.
And I'm not budging off of that.
I am lockstep with Andrew Salciunas.
Jeff McClain joins us. Jeff, what's going on, man? Good morning.
I think it was just kind of like an awkward step that he took. It looked like someone may have stepped on his foot, and that caused his knee to buckle. But honestly, I just saw I don't know if a fan had taken some video of it, and they didn't run. They were running some replays of certain plays during the open practice. Not that one, obviously. So not exactly sure what happened, but I do know the end result, and the Eagles feel like they escaped one.
By the way, I'm in love with Jaden Daniels, too.
You're in love with Jaden Daniels. Wow.
Yeah, I'm a Jaden Daniels fan, and I hate that he's a Commander. And I said it before the draft. I wish we had the nail polish king of the Bears.
Caleb
would have been a lot better. Yeah, it would have been a lot better for us.
By the way, a YouTube chat during the Key 3. You got credit, Connor, for your hosting ability.
What'd I do?
From Chubby Reaper Gaming.
Hell yeah, Chubby Reaper Gaming.
He says, I like Connor as a host. He just has a very punchable face.
Yes, sir. Let's go. That's the ultimate combo that you need. That's the golden ratio.
So now they're trying to figure out who has the most punchable face at the Fanatic, and you're at minus 260.
Minus 260?
That's heavy favor, bro.
I don't think so. Connor is, I got to tell you, is this, and I've said it before, hate to say it because it doesn't serve this conversation. I think Connor's one of the sweetest people that I've ever known.
Yeah, but it's punchable face.
I don't think he's got a punchable face.
I've told the story. If I did not
hated me.
If I did not know Connor Thomas, I would not like him. I said that to his face. We've talked about it.
We need to set up a punching booth outside for charity.
I think Connor is one of Connor's one of the kindest people I've ever known. Got to tell you. I hate to say it because he supports him too much.
He's very kind. But
he's got a great nature to him.
I understand the punchable face rhetoric, though.
Go have fun hanging out. Go have fun hanging out with Bill Colarulo tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, you're not with us tomorrow.
I'll miss you guys.
You're minus 3.
No, you're not.
350.
You're sleeping in.
Yeah, he won't text us either.
Hey, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors made a donation to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it, too. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
By the way, you posted something yesterday that it also got love on YouTube that will be a part of post-show headlines.
Oh.
You drink the Gatorade out of the can.
Dude.
Yeah. That is a Grand Slam moment.
They have it at Garage Fishtown. And
wait a minute.
They brought me one yesterday.
I don't know the last time I had one.
Gatorade in a can?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
They used to be around. Oh, dude.
That's an OG. That's how you know someone knows.
Yeah, look, we're athletes.
Damn right, baby.
Dude, you don't even remember when Gatorade came out. You guys are talking about OG.
We used to call it Gatorade.
You don't remember
that commercial?
And when Gatorade came out, it didn't come out in a can.
We used to call it Gatorade.
What do you say we call it a
Great
show?
rest of your day. Mike Ray Dunn comes your way next week. That's my bad. Look, it's something that I was used to for a long time.
We love you, Mike.
We love you, Mike. Ray Dunn and Kevin Cooney coming your way next year on The Fanatic.